Day is October 17th, 2023. And we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in San Diego. And our first item on our agenda is our proposed calendars for 2024, 2025, and also 2025, 2026, and 2026, 2027. And Sharice Hilton, Student Engagement Program Administrator, will present them, and this is a first reading.
Okay, so you should all have copies of those in your board docs, and for next year, we're already aware of one change, but I would also like to share with you a little bit of what we've done as a committee, if that's okay. We had some requests to look at aligning our breaks, such as fall break, spring break, etc. So know that I have reached out to Jordan District and Alpine District. They will not start looking at their future calendars until January. And we did not feel as a calendar committee we could make a change for next year because we kind of did a straw poll of employees and some have already put deposits down on trips and things like that. We felt it would be an inconvenience to try to change that now. But for the future, just know I did reach out to those other two districts and but they will not start looking until January. So I'm happy to do, any of the board requests regarding that and aligning those breaks. They are different. We take a full week, we take a couple days. And the other piece is that still needs to be noted is one of our adjoining districts is still only on a 172-day calendar. And so they're still under COVID rules. And so it will be difficult. It will be difficult to align that. And that does come up in our committee meetings. Amber's heard that, and Karen, teachers asking us, why can't we have these days and why can this district do it? And the reason being again is because that particular district is at 172 days. So we'll continue to follow what we've been given and go from there. But I just felt like some of that information may be helpful to you as a board to know that I have tried to look into the requests made of the calendar committee to see if they could fit. But with the major issue is the guideline of wanting to be done by Memorial Day. That really is what we've tried to maintain and keep that from going into June. You did see we do have to go into June or after Memorial Day rather this year, but we have managed in the next 3 years with the proposed calendars you have in front of you not to go past Memorial Day. So are there any questions? That's mainly questions that I can answer for you from the calendars. Or concerns, suggestions, whatever.
Oh, yes, Karen.
Just checking. Otherwise, I just blurt out. I couldn't remember when we were discussing as a committee. I had a constituent that wanted to know if there was a possibility about the kindergarten. I couldn't remember if that's an issue that calendar works on or if that goes to a different department.
It reminds me about the
kindergarten students. A suggestion was made that kindergarten starts the same time as regular ed, as regular school, but because they're so little and they're so tiny and just getting used to school, it just about wipes them out no matter when we start them. So they said, why don't they come for half a day? In the beginning of the day, and then the afternoon, they could use that time to bring them back to testing.
For keep testing.
And so that's something I'll have to work with ISD on, and I did want to mention, let me mention, and I appreciate Amber bringing this to my attention. The state has changed rules, would that be the best way to put it, Amber, regarding the assessment days for kindergarten. So those are gone as of next year. So kindergarten will be starting the exact same time as the rest of our students. And so I think where this comes in, Karen, that's something I don't know the regulations on kindergarten. That's not my expertise. So it is something definitely we would have to discuss with ISD.
Mrs. Oaks.
The statute won't allow us to keep the kids out for testing individual appointments anymore. So we used to have days. They removed that from state code because they also are eliminating the keep testing next year. So testing days.
But if there are no, so there will be no testing of any kind.
Well, they'll do Acadians like we have done with our testing.
Anyway, I just know a constituent said that it's just so hard on the little guys to adjust.
Well, could we decide to just do
We could
it?
decide to.
We could just decide to do it.
That's
We can't start school later for testing.
Yeah, so that we could
Well, that
have
won't be our excuse. We're just gonna start them and then
So they were
give them a
exempt
shorter
from that.
day to ease into it.
Yes.
That's all.
And I would take direction from the board and take that back to the committee, so.
And Mrs. Nyberg?
Thanks. Yeah, so that was part of what I was gonna say. Yes, talking to kindergarten teachers, if we start the same time as all the other students, but do half day the first week. Sounds like there is no longer keep testing, but maybe we could still do some rise testing or some, not rise, what's the other testing? They do cadence, yeah. Would that be,
Or we just let them know.
You're still expected to do 180 days, just like everybody.
okay, or just go to half day,
Half day.
just half day?
Still-
Yes, okay. And then the second thing was, this is just a general note, I'm on the calendar committee and they're always scheduled for when I'm working. So I would just
Okay.
love it if the calendar committee can consider a different day and hour.
Tell me what day probably is.
So I can do
Wednesdays or-
Tuesdays or I can do Fridays.
Okay. I'm open to being flexible, that's not a
Cause I would love to be there.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's not a problem. We can certainly adjust. Any other questions?
Mrs. Nyberg? Was Mrs.
You're fine. So, okay, so just to clarify, keep will no longer be available whatsoever, like
It's no longer required. We can as a district choose to still.
Okay, so it-
administer, but the state will no longer be supporting.
so
You could schedule it.
Okay, so I have heard that Keep does a better job at assessing kindergarten students than Acadia. That's it. I've just heard that from different places. I'd be interested in maybe learning a little bit more as a board member about the differences on those, but I agree. I think that we need to have a healthy assessment, if only for the ability for the kindergarten teachers to know who it is they need to really help, like how to target, certain interventions and whatnot. And I'm in favor of what Karen said too. I think, giving those little kindergartners a half day the first week and allowing us to really see where they're at is probably worthwhile. So I just.
Okay, Mr. Mullin?
I am probably going to tread on all things holy right now,
We know each other a long time.
but I look at Christmas break. That it lasts over New Year's and then you have, I don't know why they've got yellow down on the first because that's a holiday, but you've got the second and third that week. Is there anything we could do to maybe take the second and third and push that back to May to get out before Memorial Day? Which is more holy, 2 weeks of Christmas or Memorial Day?
Christmas.
Weeks at Christmas. I think it's weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though it comes after mom and dad go back. Is it? Okay.
I'm here, again, I'm here to take whatever directives and I'll try to make the calendar work, so.
Me every day Saturday, so I,
It's the A and B day schedules. The trickiest part is A and
Yeah, it
B
was
day
golf.
schedules, so it's not so hard for elementary, but it would be really hard for middle school. With their AB schedules. That was super controversial.
well,
Okay, Mrs. Teeny?
So back to the kindergarten thing, I feel like that's probably something that we ought, I'd like to make a request that we bring it back as a discussion item with a proposal so that the administration has a chance to kind of look at all the different angles and possibilities and that we can have a separate discussion on that.
Good idea.
I like that idea because I am worried about transportation actually.
Well, we
Yeah.
need transportation, and I think we'd want to get some feedback from parents and from teachers and anyway. I'm not opposed to it. I just think it.
No, it's a good idea.
Make sure you're
Yeah, more information.
Great idea.
I'll just point out a few other things. We carefully counted days in each quarter. They match up pretty well. I mean, we put those extra teacher professional days where we had been asked to put them on the previous calendar. So tried to honor those things that we had been asked to do for the future 3 years that I actually got a little excited in 27, 22. So when you're ready for that one, it's done. But we tried to be really careful with honoring where you had asked us to put those days. Also further clarification, I'm just gonna share this because I've been really trying to do this as well. The more we can share with our teachers that they are getting those 2 days paid, as part of their salary package, I think is a really important message to get out. I find myself in these calendar discussions having that often. So I think any of us in this room, I'm seeing lots of directors and that kind of a thing, just have those conversations with our teachers to help them know we have 5 of the 6 days allowed funded. And it's fully funded. Those 2 days are their contract pay. But that came up again. And so I just think, if we can do a good job of communicating that to our teachers and help them understand that, I think it helps understand the whole package. And then we have identified on the calendar with the arrows, that was a request as well by President Schill. We've identified the date that those were implemented by the board and have identified those separately so that they see they have been implemented by the board. So, but that's just something I keep running into in these conversations. So whatever we can do is support team and administrators to help get that message out, I think will be really helpful.
I will say that I was thinking about that same thing after our calendar committee and wondering if we should just put it back on the calendar, because we actually got feedback on the calendar committee that teachers are like, oh, like they actually, I don't know, we're not getting a good reaction from teachers about it.
Yeah, and Rick and I had conversations. Did we go to 2 schools together, Rick, where we had those conversations with faculties as well? So I don't know. I keep trying to make sure, that that's out there, that they are getting paid for those 2 days. Cause I remember explaining it to my faculty as a principal, and so I just think it's a communication thing or whatever.
Well, and it has to be an ongoing conversation because of the turnover.
So let's just keep that in mind. I think it's a really good idea to keep talking about it. The other thing I just wanted to remind the board about is that we put those dates, those 2 teacher professional days, we tried to align them with the end of the quarter. So that was brought up again and like, why are they there? And we had to explain again why. So I just wanted to remind you guys, so if you got questions, that's what we did.
Yeah, we had some teachers that misunderstood that was for parent-teacher conference preparation.
Yeah, they wanted it for parent-teacher.
They wanted it to prepare for parent-teacher conferences, but we explained to them that, that was never part of the discussion on these days. That these days were to help with just reading and general planning. That's really what they were intended for. But yeah, that came up at our last meeting as well.
And I think if we get enough feedback saying they want, at that other time we can look at that. But yeah, just for now, we just really implemented that last year. Okay, any other questions? Well, thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate all your work. It looks good. We'll bring it back for second reading.
And I do know there's some committees currently meeting as this is ever changing. I think we all understand that. But there are a couple committees meeting right now with some things that we may have some changes being proposed in January. So, but for now, I indicated to Mr. Wilcox that those are all the changes I know of right now.
That sounds great. Thank you so much. Okay, our next item is item B, long range planning, and this will be presented by Mr. Leon Wilcox, business administrator.
Eric? You're finishing up dinner. We have a lot to talk about here, but as you're finishing up dinner, there's one question I do have. Of all the things that taste like chicken, why isn't eggs one of them? We'll come back to.
Good question.
We've been pondering that most of the day.
I have a headache.
I won't be able to sleep tonight.
Is or isn't the eggs one of them? Is an egg one of them? Here's what it is.
Why does eggs taste like chicken? Why?
Isn't egg.
That's what keeps you up at night. I think we're in good shape.
Lot to talk about. And so here's the agenda of things that we'll go over. We talked to some of these things we hit last time, but just hit briefly, so we won't spend a whole lot of time, but we wanted to bring everything back this meeting. Our vision statement, our enrollments are, we filed our over 1 enrollments. Over those, there is a document on board docs with a 6-year history of how those look. Our elementary billing capacity Again, that's on board docs. Our MHTN assessment reports of Jordan Eastman. I want to acknowledge Brian Parker, Scott Lader from MHTN. I think everybody knows them. They've been partners with us for a decade plus. They put together these assessments and can provide some feedback if needed. We'll talk about some funding options that we have. Lease revenue, EO bonds, something along those lines. Look at, I think as the committee, we feel like one of maybe our biggest priority, but it's also our most expensive priority, is what to do with CTEC. Where does it go long term? Or as we look 4 years down the line, where's that go? We have some projections on some estimated costs, and then we'll go over some options that are just first. We got to start somewhere, and these are just the first options that as a committee that we came up with. We want to present to you and get your feedback. We know this will be talked about at our November 14th meeting. We foresee it coming back on November 28th and December 12th. So the next 3 meetings after this. So this is just the first really heavy dive into some things we can look at. Okay. We've gone over our statement. We have lots of assets, lots of opportunities. Went over those more in detail. I don't think I'll spend any time with those. Again, this whole document is on board docs. The challenges that we have, student safety is always our top priority. Interest rates, inflation increases, and our declining enrollment's a big challenge for us as well. And here's some of our capital priorities. We did break this out into district-wide. Always looking at gap safety, making sure our feeder patterns are strong. We've talked a lot about in some of the committees at daycare and getting that going at a couple of our high schools, and then also a district-wide wellness center as well. Where can we put that in as well? What would that look like? And then you have more location specific. Talked about Livefield, because they'll be moving down to Crescent. CTEC, Jordan High, Eastmont, The Point, our West Draper property, our transportation building, our fuel tanks. We're supposed to have them out of the ground by the end of June of 2025, above ground. Our Hillcrest, Hillcrest turf and track replacement. They only have a 6-lane track over there. Then the quarantine fields that we've talked about, the field house. So hit some of these, hit just about all these, some way or fashion, with their first push through here. Again, we hit this 2 weeks ago. Our enrollments, I think, from the October 1 that we showed you last time to this one, we were down three students. So no change from the last iteration we showed you, but you can see our kindergarten. That's the one I always watch. Incoming kindergartners, down 440 almost, 19, 20 classrooms of kindergartners. You can just see our elementary enrollments. 76 plus classrooms there, 1,800 kids. We know that's starting to flow up into our middle schools. Hasn't hit our high schools. They're still way over, still full. But we know that's coming to our middle schools and then likely into our high schools. Talked about this elementary capacity. Again, the chart is full charts on the board docs. I like to look at this column right here. That is taking out, in elementaries, you got to account for the programs of the special units that we have. So it's mainly this, the special ed clusters, also our brain boosters. When elementary teachers are meeting, the brain boosters have to have them hit somewhere. So you have to minus out those classrooms. So you come down to a what I call an enrollment capacity, but it's really how many kids can you really get in there without putting in portables or whatnot. So these are what I would say the percentages there. District wide, we're about 86%. I think last time we said we have some 65. empty classrooms in our 28 elementary schools this year, which is quite a bit. Some of them are above capacity. Others, are in the 70s. There, so something to talk about. Let's move on to Eastmont and Jordan. Some of the priorities there, again, a big thanks to Scott and Brian, their team, for going through these buildings and putting together a list of priorities that we can look at moving forward. In Eastmont, we've broken it out into priorities number 1 and priorities number 2. I think we should even break it out of another level into priority number 3, like we have at Jordan High. We haven't done that yet. But these we've looked at, and we looked, what would it take to really the barest minimum to get Eastmont up and going for the next decade? And things that have to be done, relatively soon, within the next couple of years. And we looked at that. We talked a lot about the groundwater. That's a big issue there. But we also know the roof needs to be repaired. The elevators needs to be replaced. It does not have a safety vestibule there. We'd like to upgrade the big expense right here. It's $3.5 million into looking at just updating the classrooms, where the kids are every day. Trying to make them more like the other classrooms that are at our 7 other middle schools. So and then updating the security and the classroom technology. Right now, we're looking at, around $9 million for that. That might be a little low. We hope that's would fix it, but we're hoping $9 million-ish for the first priorities there at Eastmont. Many other needs for Eastmont as well. The exterior, the daylighting, I don't know if the dock, what the dock rebuilding that is, but all these things ought to be looked at. Again, we haven't broken these out into priorities 2 and 3. We'll do that, but that gives us an idea, a sense of Eastmont. I should have put the whole total here. It's about those 2 numbers added together. So you're about $34-35 million get Eastmont up. Okay. I think the minimum would be that $9 million-ish that right there we talked about on the roof of the elevator, security vestibule. Okay. So moving down the street to Jordan High, again, done the same exact thing there. What would it take to bring Jordan High up? Jordan High is 1996, which is pretty recent, relatively speaking. We gave it a B grade. What did we give on Eastmont? Scott will look that up. I think it was a D, C minus, either C minus or a D plus. But Eastmont has a lot of positives, being we put a lot of things in there. We did the roof a few years ago. We did the whole HVAC. We use sometimes throw around the term, it has good bones. It does. It's a good building. But some of the priorities that we looked at there, again, 1, 2, and 3, what would give us the biggest bang to invest into Jordan? Again, the field house keeps coming up number 1. That's about half of it right there, put in the field house. We've been looking at options where to put that field house if we want to go that route. Also, we bought the Joanna's parking. We'd like to convert that into parking spots. That would be a big plus there. One of the things they really could use is to put in at Brighton, Hillcrest, Alta. They have these black box theaters, which are very beneficial, multi-use for lots of areas. Like to look at something like that. The security vestibule, and a big thing that needs to happen, we hope real soon, would be, we have always heard about the restrooms, upgrading those, and the auditorium, the lighting and the sound in the auditorium needs a whole overhaul. We're having a school play here in a couple weeks, as are all our schools, and we have to actually rent out equipment for them to do that. It's not working. The sound is different. Our priorities 1, 2, and 3 are all about $14 million. With about 14 million right there for those. Going down to priority twos. Other things that would be really beneficial, all our schools, new schools have the LED lighting, that's a big help there. You could look at expanding the auto shop, we talked about, well, maybe if we look at CTEC, how does Jordan roll out with the expanded auto shop? Maybe talking about an expanded DTE area where they could maybe house our construction management program or something like that. Just those types of areas there. Again, another 14 million, or again, we call it the priority twos. Go to the priority threes, these go on for 2 slides. Again, $14 million. Library space left, whether or not you need to do that. We don't need to do the library for the Navy thing, which was great last week, but it looks pretty good shape. I don't know that. We actually talked about moving the alumni room into part of the library. So we think that will look. So there's our things. These will probably be more long-term, several years down the line, these priority number threes. So there we are with that. So I'm gonna change gears totally here and talk about our options. And our options, when we have zero money in the bank, our options get limited. And that's what we're gonna have to try to look at here. How to tackle these and these other projects in a fiscally prudent manner. And so one of the things we'll look at the 2 options that are out there for school districts to generate money, and that is, either doing lease revenue bonds or general obligation bonds. So we've done both, right? So we issued lease revenue bonds a couple years back, just after COVID. I think many of you were aware of that. We did it to build Glacier Hills and Peruvian Park. So we had to create a local building authority under state law, right? So we've already done that. We don't need to go through that process again. It's already there and established. So the board is also the local building authority board that set it up. So the president of the board is also the president of the LBA, the vice presidents of the board, or the vice presidents of the LBA. It's a whole separate body. We go this route as we did last time. You have to dismiss as a board of education and convene as a local building authority group. We can walk you through that if we go down that route. But it would take 3 meetings to issue LRBs. You'd want to do 1 meeting as a first reading on just a parameters resolution. Second meeting, you'd have to adopt their parameters. And then the third reading would be a hearing on the issuing of the bonds themselves. So there would be 3 meetings involved to issue LRBs. We could go pretty quickly on those. We have templates and everything in place to move forward with those. Charlie, I don't know if he wants to comment, but looks like there could be forthcoming legislation on school districts, LEAs using LRBs.
There definitely will be legislation, and I think it will probably pass, but there definitely will be legislation.
So this has been
Was that a good thing?
That means, I'm sorry,
Getting
I
rid of-
thought I
getting
explained
rid
it.
of LRB.
It was taking the option away from us from using
Lease revenue.
lease revenue bonds.
Lots of districts have gone, we've only done it once. Lots of districts have done it multiple times for lots of money. Our amount was relatively small. Maybe that's I don't know. I think I don't know what the legislature's impetus on this is, but something.
I do. If somebody wants to ask me after this meeting, I'll be happy to tell you.
What we also thought is President Schill and I thought it might be good just to go through the whole presentation.
Yeah, I
And then
would
come
forgot
back.
to say that. We kind of decided that so that we could get through everything.
Get through everything, not get bogged down on a certain area, because we're gonna cover many areas here. So, thing about LRBs, the highest rating you can get is a AA+. You can never get a AAA, because our AAAs are backed by the state of Utah. and by the tax base, LRBs are not, so you'll never get a triple A. Our bonds are triple A, double A plus, the current LRBs that we have. The true interest cost, that's what we use the term TIC. You know, it's gone up. You're always gonna pay a little bit more for LRBs than you are for general obligation bonds because of that rating change. You know, when we issued these bonds back in 2021, rates were, of course, way down, right? We got it at 1.2. Right now, you're looking at 4% that range. So, yeah, with the increasing rates, it's big jump there. What I had asked our financial advisors to do, they just say, hey, we go out and issue 33 million. And again, that's just a number to start with. You can go up, down. But if you just go out and issue 33 million, what does that look like, knowing that we've already issued some of these bonds? So they've done that. I just want to walk through this slide here. The orange right there, these are the bonds we issued back in 2021. So they're locked in place, okay? So anything we do would have to add on to that. So if we went out and issued, that's the blue lines here. If we went out and issued more debt, our payment tops out about 4.7 million right now. If we went out and issued more of these, again, using this model here, we'd get up to a payment of about $8 million. So we're going to go up from about 4.7 up to 8. We do not have enough money. We do not bring in enough money out of our capital fund to pay that debt, as long as meeting all the other ongoing things that we need, such as remodeling and electrical and paint and buses and everything like that, computer, everything. So we would need to do a tax increase to generate about $3 million so we can make this payment. If you generated $3 million, again, that would be for these years right here, 26 to 31. If you generated $3 million, the average cost on a $650,000 home, which is the average in our district, would be about $32. Would be the cost of that. Should also be noted, a couple of things, with interest rates up, we got a big premium on our bonds last time, but with interest rates up, we won't get as big as premium. We'll get $2 million. So we generate $35 million total. That's what we look at bringing into the district, okay? Also, it needs to be said, and we'll go over this when we do our act where we're finishing up our financial report, but we know we had a decrease. We spent more than we brought in there. So we had a decrease in our general fund that we got to address. We just can't keep going down the status quo with that. So that's got to be addressed as well. How we want to do that. So all this has to be layered in there, but that's an option there. And again, you can bump that up a little bit, bring it down a little bit, just to give you a flavor of how that would look moving forward. Again, these are lease revenue bonds. We could have these ready to go by, have them issued and moving on some projects by April or May. Okay. Move on to our general obligation bonds. Okay. So GOs, of course, require a election of the public. So the next election, you have to do it during a general election. So it's always in the November general election. 2024 is, of course, the big general, right? Every 4 years, you have a presidential. You have, of course, this next one in Utah, Senator Romney's replacement. All our congressmen and women, the governor, all the state representatives, half the senators are up in 2024, right? Of course, in 2024, it looks like we'll have the constitutional change on educational funding flexibility, as well as our land trust distribution, which we hope passes. But I don't think that one's too controversial, but the education funding could be an interesting one, right? We also know in 2025, the local election, all 4 mayors would be up for election then, or several city council members. You can also say that, a school district election is a local item, right? So you want to do that, call out your, possibly look at having it there. You may get more turnout in a presidential or a general election. We can talk both. Just to refresh, our last election was in 2017. Again, the local one. We had all 4 mayors on the ballot, a couple mayors chose not to run. Senator Collimore, Mayor Collimore, Mayor Seguin, Midville. So back then, we had a pretty high turnout for our election. You can see how much we passed it by, about 58-42. Just for reference sakes, or 2 of our neighbors had big bond elections last year. Davis passed theirs, you know, it was a big one. Alpines did not pass by quite a large amount. Of course, they had district splits and other things there. So just to give you a quick synopsis there. If you ever wanted to, if you go this route, you have to actually take a resolution between 75 and 90 days before the election. So that's roughly, you know, August 5th to August 20th. It will take a few days depending on the date of the election. But you'd want to start moving on that, you know, probably close to a year before to make sure to see how the public feels about that. Under state law, you can only issue bond up to 4% of your fair market value. Our value is so high, you know, our limit's 2.4 billion. We have about 400 million outstanding, so we could go get $2 billion more dollars. The committee is highly recommended we don't do that. But we also, as a committee, have talked about that. Hey, a few years from now, you know, the board's we're thinking, you know, some of these smaller, I mean, not smaller, but some of these elementary that want to be addressed. And we won't go over the names, but you know, we want to make sure a board whether it's 6, 8, 10, 12 years down the line is going to have some financial flexibility to do some of these things. We don't want to tie future board hands up. You know, having been through that for 13 years, paying on a Jordan debt, our hands were tied pretty tight. Don't think we could do. So we want to be careful not to do that. You know, I don't know how many people in this room are going to be around in 10 years in 2023, but I can guarantee you the board and administration are going to have issues to address 2033. What they are, I don't know, but so we want to make sure they have some flexibility to do some things. Here's our current outstanding debt as of right now. Right now, we top out about 45.5 million, 45.6. I actually cut these off just a tiny bit. There's about 45.7 going across, 6 or 7 going across here. Again, the red is from the election we had in 2010. So that was a while ago. Again, without that Jordan debt, we just couldn't pay off that very fast because we were so hampered, if you will, by that Jordan debt. So we have a few years left on that, but we are starting to see the end of the 2010 bonds. And then the blue would be the bonds we issued in 2017. Couple of things we have, you know what, bond writers like to see is we have a rapid paydown over the next 6 years of our bonds. You know, about half of it's done in 2029 of this amount. So that's good. And then we have room here to, you know, look at layering on debt. Just for sake, you know, this year, again, the average $650,000 homeowner is going to pay $468 on this debt. We retire this debt on this side right here. So something to consider also. Well, again, what I had our financial advisors do, just first blush, just to give us a couple options moving forward, you know, just to consider. By no means down or anything like that, but just what a $80 million election would look like for interest rates. And say we did that in 2025. You want to do it 2024, and you just have to move everything up maybe a year. Again, the new stuff is the gold or the orange lines here. So we have our election in 2025. We start issuing the bonds in 2026. That's when we start building. First payment would be due here in 2027. We know we could fit this in, layer this in without a tax. It would just draw out, tax more, just draw it out longer. I'm not sure we go all the way out to these years here on the layer this. Maybe only out to 42 and layer this amount on in these years here or something like that. But we could get to that one,
And still stay rate neutral,
But we would be.
even if we moved it up.
Yeah, even if we moved it up, yeah, we could
It's good to know.
stay rate neutral, yeah. So, again, that's just $80 million. It's a lot of money, but it, as far as our debt, doesn't have a huge impact. Again, we said 260, we can to say parameter, just give me what 260 million looks like. And this does start having a pretty big impact on us. Again, it's the orange bars here. It gets pretty tight here, so we may have to look at a tax increase, $20 to $40. We could also maybe look at layering in things and moving it down here and going tax rate neutral. But the thing is, you're also going out here into the late 40s, into the 50s, at a pretty decent bond payment. Again, how that's going to impact a future board. I think as a committee, I think I can safely say we really didn't like this one issuing this much debt right now. So, but again, it's just something to consider. Okay. Moving completely to another topic. Again, we're going to go full circle many times. Okay. Again, why do eggs not taste like chicken? Okay, so we talked about what we want to do with CTEC. And CTEC, we think, is kind of our top priority, big item priority. The fields and the Jordan High, but to really rebuild CTEC for a 21st century education, we really need to address what we want to do with that. We've been to some of these, we're starting to visit some of these other buildings, programs that they have in the state, in the nation, and getting some ideas. But one of the things that, again, thanks to Brian Scott, one of the things that we've looked at is where to place CTEC, and I'll show you all the things that we consider. But as a committee, we felt like the best place would be to look at moving it to the fields just west of Mount Jordan here, between Mount Jordan tracks, okay? We look at maybe looking at a $90,000 to $100,000 square foot building. That's pretty big, for reference sakes, our new Peruvian Park and our Glacier Hills. You throw out the behavior wing on Glacier Hills, they're about 95,000 square feet. So you kind of get the ballpark there, what we're looking at as far as size. We also need more parking. I think as we thought it would be actually better to move it closer. And this is just first blush, but move it closer to the tracks and have parking here. Get a little buffer between this and Mount Jordan. But again, those things can come at their time. Then the transportation yard there, still a couple play fields. Important to know that if you've been here on a Saturday morning, place is packed, right? Absolutely packed with youth league games. So we need to make sure those are protected. Over at Union, we're gonna have big fields. We've heard the turf was gonna go down this week. The sod. Don't know if it has with last week's rain, and they got delayed, but they were gonna start this week. But they have big fields over there. We could move these programs 2 miles away into Union. So I don't think it'd be a big impact to the community. Lots of these teams come from outside the district, whether it's from Davis County or West Jordan or something like that. So Utah County. So we don't think that's a big issue, but that's an option there. So other areas we looked at CTEC though, again, we spent some time looking at, the current location. We just felt like, hey, it's only about a little over 7 acres. How to build on site while we're holding the programs. We also thought that, hey, we could sell this and help offset the costs of a new building. That's one of the reasons why we just didn't like the current location. We looked at the Crescent View building. This was one we talked about quite a bit. At the end of the day, though, we're trying to make this decision for 30 to 40 years. And we worry about the distance for the Brighton High students and the Hillcrest students, because you're gonna add a few minutes, a few more minutes on when you're only in school six plus hours a day. Every minute counts, and you're gonna spend more time traveling there for those two schools. So that was something that we did consider. Jordan High, again, we've talked a bit about that in this meeting, just maintaining the identity of both C-Tech and Jordan High. So, and we also felt like you need another building on Jordan High, and if you're gonna build another building, you maybe just move it elsewhere. And we also looked at Eastmont, but we thought, well, what about the gym and the auditorium areas? How would they look? And, at the end of the day, we also have the recommendation that it remain in middle school. So those are the other places that we looked at moving with C-Tech. So then we sat down and started looking at the projected costs of some of these things that we talked about. And how do we fund these, and what do we think it's gonna cost us, and how much money do we think we're gonna generate to get some options going? So again, we talked about Jordan High, their priority one, the field house, the softball press box, the bathrooms, the black box theater, the vestibule, auditorium, some other things on that priority number one list. Eastmont, the groundwater, the gym floor, the bathrooms, again, the safety vestibule, the elevator, the roof, classroom. Those priority number ones there. Again, 10 million for Eastmont, 14 for Jordan. Corner Canyon, we have some options there to look at. We know the soccer field needs to be repaired. We do think that we could go in there, tear off the current grass, bring in quite a bit of topsoil. We'd have to raise it up, a foot or two. And then put the turf, relay sod back down. That's gonna cost us about $2.5 million. We would turn the fields from north-south to east-west. We wanna make sure our team's playing east, so they're not looking into the sun in the afternoon. Get more of a home field advantage. But you could, so there's that. You can also look at, we've talked about turfing it. You do all that and then lay the turf down, would be about 800,000 more for the first time. So that's gets you up to about 3.3. You want to look at turfing the softball field, that would be the whole softball field, the infield and the outfield. It'd be about 700,000. And then if you wanted to turf the baseball infield only, the outfield is just too big. You wouldn't want to do that. You would look at about $1.5 million. So all those added together would be 11.5. But there's little menu options you can choose with those going forward. Also at Hillcrest, again, all 4 of our high schools have 8-lane tracks. It has a 6-lane track. If you wanted to expand that to 8 lanes, we could do that. But the problem is Hillcrest is lots of concrete. So you're gonna take out spend a lot of money tearing out that concrete. We think that's gonna be about $4 million at our first blush of that. Because it's up to 6 or 8 steps in some of the parts you're gonna have to tear out. Everything's there. The turf does need to be replaced. It's our oldest turf. It does need to be replaced. That's about 7,000. The track does, even if we do nothing to expand the track, just keep the current track there in its current location. It does need to be resurfaced. That's about 600,000. So again, a couple options there on Hillcrest. Transportation, if you wanted to relocate, we got to relocate the tanks. We got to move them above ground, and we kind of have a tentative place to put them. We're looking at a 12,000 gallon tank. And then to resurface the area We think that's gonna be $1.5 million. It could even get into 2 million, that $2 million range there for what we wanna do there, transportation. We also know that that's our oldest building. So that's the one that's not seismic, 1955 was when it's built. Thinking if you wanna just somehow knock it down in pieces and rebuild it somehow, probably in that $25 million range there. So just our first blush at how expensive things are and what some options that we can do there. So with that, we came up with a couple options. You know, I can just deviate for just 1 second. Bono and the Edge walked into a bar. You know what the bartender said? Not you two again.
Wrong crowd.
Even pushes Amberly.
With or without you, Cindy.
I know. That was good. That was a winner.
Don't quit your day job.
I thought that was your best yet.
I like.
What we did is we put together 4 options. Now, keep in mind, you can mix, match, add, delete, revise, any of these that you want. But this just gives us a starting point. Look at something that we could move forward on. We'll call this option 1. We'd go back and issue $35 to $37 million of release revenue bonds, in 2024. We know we're looking at selling some property. We also have a couple million of our ongoing capital funds we can use. And we could do these areas here. We could start all the priority 1 items at Jordan High. Again, what order and how we phase that in during school, we'll work that out. And you could even do a couple priority number 2 items, maybe put 17 million into Jordan High is what we're proposing here. Eastmont, again, we'd look at all those priority number 1 items, $10 million going to Eastmont. We'd look at the field house at Corner Canyon. So then all 5 schools would have a field house. And we'd fix the soccer fields, but we wouldn't put any turf down anywhere. Again, that's about 9.5 million. We look at just expanding the track at Hillcrest and putting down this new turf. And it's 4.6, and then also moving the fuel tanks above ground. All those add up, I'm gonna say $43 million right there. Look at a bond election again, then moving on to, that would be at least revenue bonds, then looking at a GO bond in 2024, 2025, 2026, whatever. At CTech and transportation. One of the things we thought maybe would entice the public is, all areas use transportation. Convent Heights, Draper, all of them use transportation, and all students access in our high school levels access CTech. It's not, so we thought that might be an enticement to the public. So that way we're not going out and pitting one area against another area. You're going to do this here, or you did that there. Just try to keep it central that way. Again, whether or not how the public feels about that, we'll see. Some of the pros is, hey, it gets us moving on these things that Gordon, Eastmont, Corner, Hillcrest. Gets us going, moving and out of the gate on these projects here. The cons is, our tax center is, is contingent on passing a bond if we go this route. Always an issue. Option 2, kind of lots of these are the same. I just highlighted the red to show differences here. It should be a little bit less, but kind of the same. Same type things. We still do the 14 million at Jordan, but we wouldn't go 17 million. So some of their priority 2s would start falling off there. Still the 10 million going to Eastmont. We do everything at Corner, the field house, turf, the soccer, baseball, softball fields, everything there. Do the same at Hillcrest, and the same at transportation, that's about, again, $42 million. Same bond election. Gets us moving on those things, gives us a little bit more funding for corner. A little bit less though at Jordan. And, you know, with the fields, if you turf one field, inequity is an inequity issue for the other four. Sometimes I've always said, you don't do it at one school, you do it at top four, or you do it all five. And so that's something that you gotta consider. So moving forward, we just put in, even though we just put in new field at Alta, Brighton, Hillcrest. I think we're gonna come wanting the same, so that's something you gotta consider if you start going down that turf, but it might be the thing to do. Option 3. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna put a little bit more money into this would just be more debt, but we're gonna throw more money at Jordan, 18 million. We're gonna throw 13 million at Eastmont, do a couple of their priority 2 items. Still everything at Corner and Hillcrest, that include the turf and the track expansions. But you're gonna go up to that $49 million range, so you're gonna have to issue more debt. Meaning your tax increase to pay that debt's gonna have to be a little higher to do that. So that fixes a lot of things right there too, as well. Still the same bond election, more funding for each month, but more debt, and again, the same thing with the turf fields. Option 4 is, hey, we just forego any lease revenue bonds and we just throw lots of stuff on a geo bond. Again, it's 160 million, so it's kind of between those 2 options. I showed you the 80 million and the 260 splits that impact, but it gets us a tech center, everything got transportation, but then, you know, doing a lot of Eastmont, doing a lot of Jordan, again, this on all the fields and everything like that. We'd look at still doing something at transportation this summer just to get those tanks out of the ground stuff. Covers just about everything. No lease revenue bonds, but you're going through incurring more general obligation debt and bond election. Now you could also knock this down and say, hey, we'll only put 25 at Jordan and 15 at Eastmont, and save some money that way or something like that. Again, these are just starting point and options. You can mix match, set your priorities that way. You gotta just prioritize how much money you want to generate, the tax impact versus, you know, trying to address the needs as well. So with that, we'll turn it back to President Schill for a little discussion and any recommendations you want for next meeting, or we can just adjourn and
Right.
Good idea.
That's not gonna happen.
Okay, thank you, Leon. That was very thorough, comprehensive and thorough, yeah.
I mean,
So now board, we can have questions, discussion, and I think that's all in this is my line. Let's our hand up first.
And I'm sure everyone wants to talk, so we'll probably go around the table. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to our priorities first. So when we go to that slide and we're looking at our priorities, and I appreciate, first I should say, I appreciate all the work. This is a ton of work. Thank you, Long Range. Thank you, Leon. When we're looking at our priorities, I think we made a little jump for this initial discussion when we moved into, if we go past this slide to the priorities for Eastmont. Because we have an attachment about the school's population and capacity, but it's not part of the slideshow. And so I think that's important for us to address, because when I was on long range planning, the previous 2 years, we do know that Eastmont's population has been going down. And so I think that's something when we're looking at the priorities, if we're saying, okay, the first set of priorities is about 9 million, the second is like 23 million. That's a large investment. And do we know that the population at Eastmont is sustainable? Is it staying the same or growing? If it's going down, as a school board member that's accountable to taxpayers, I have a concern. that we're putting money in, and is the population going to continue to go down? We've seen what's happening in our elementary schools. Birth rates are going down. The youth wave is no longer here. Home property values are so high. My concern is that even if with all of these different options, we're just doing 9 for right now, well, there's this whole other priority list of Eastmont, the slide before that, of the second priorities. Are we signing ourselves up for eventually we're going to need to do those things too? And are we kicking the can down the road when we need to be possibly looking at boundary realignments and what to do with that? So if you go to the attachment, here on his last attachment, can we pull that up? It's part of this discussion. It's just not in the slides. It's the very last attachment on this. Yes, it's the enrollments. It's the enrollments.
No way to pull it up on that, is there?
I'd have to have these guys do it.
I'll get Eric.
That'd be great. So I think this is pretty relevant to the discussion. And for full transparency's sake, as we're looking at.
It's a thing. Attachment.
May I comment?
Well, Holly, are you done?
No.
Yep.
I'm not done.
Okay, let's just wait till.
Well, I was just gonna answer.
Might take a minute. I got
I
this
wanna
sheet
look at-
here. I probably should have made copies.
So if you go to long range planning, if you go under our agenda, it's just the last attachment after the slideshow. So everyone should be able to get there. But it would be nice to have it on the screen. So here's my fundamental concern with this is,
You can go ahead, all the board, we all have
Okay,
it, so go
okay.
ahead and we.
all right, so as it comes up, I know, but if there's people watching, so I think as it comes up here though, Eastmont Middle, you know, we're down at 535 students. We've been decreasing for the last 7 years. And statistically speaking, it looks like it's a pretty consistent pattern that it's decreasing, and that would make sense because the elementary schools are also. We closed 2 elementary schools and we opened Glacier Hills, so we put 2 into 1 to sustain that population. If we look at the elementary schools that feed into Eastmont, I know Park Lane is one of them, and their enrollment's 343. Glacier Hills is split. Half of Glacier Hills goes to Eastmont, half goes somewhere else. Glacier Hills is good because we combined 2, so it's 594. And there's a third elementary school that also goes to East Willow Canyon, yes. And Willow Canyon is also down in the 300 range. What's that? And Altiview. So, okay, so when I look at that and I look at our elementary school populations, we know what's happening with the birth rate in Utah. My concern is because Eastmont does need all these additional helps and support and improvement, you know, that's for 500 kids. And what if we looked at doing something else there instead? Because we're kind of signing up for a lot of projects. My concern when I see that number of 500 kids, I imagine if I was the board member representing that community, obviously I would want to preserve the community. I'd want to, you know, that we've got great test scores there. But then I also think about that when we only have 500 kids, we can't have the amount of education that we can at a school that's larger. We can't have as many programs. We can't have as many electives. If those populations are boosted higher, we can provide a more quality education. When I look at the test scores at Eastmont, and I think if we had some of Eastmont moving over to Mount Jordan and maybe some to Indian Hills, I think that, and faculty also would have to go there because you'd be growing those student populations. There's also something pretty awesome that happens when we're moving students that are performing well and teachers that are performing well to that other building, that everyone rises. It's the idea of if you're putting together an Olympic team, you want a 20-foot jumper, right? And if you have one and there's a competitive edge, they all rise. So I think there's some things we need to consider when we're looking at this. This is a big portion of our budget here to do these things. And so where it's trending down, I just feel like something we really need to think about. So I'd like to know what our thoughts are on that. Okay, the question about CTEC I have is, I see that we're recommending Mount Jordan Middle School, but we had a little bit of discussion about some other areas we looked at, but we're not having I feel the discussion would be a little more comprehensive if we said on that slide, okay, this is what it would cost. We know what it's gonna cost at Mount Jordan. We don't have on there the numbers of what it would cost. One slide, the next slide. We don't have the numbers of what it costs at Crescent View or at Jordan or at Eastmont. So, you know, I did talk to Leon before this, and I just wanted to reiterate. So I do believe there's other options that are less expensive, correct? So what would the cost be? Yeah, because I know we've looked at it before, but Crescent View, what are we looking at?
What are you guys thinking?
Yeah.
Initial.
32 million.
That's what I had remembered. This is what I have. I have,
We think about 32.
about 32.
How much you do there, right?
Jordan High is about 40, right? 40-ish.
In terms of an addition to?
Uh-huh.
Yes, correct. yeah.
Okay. And then we have Mount Jordan's 55. So the one that is recommending to us is the most expensive option. Now, I'm sure there's good reasons why we're recommending Mount Jordan, but I did want to point out it is the most expensive option. You know, there's some things that can be good about some of these other schools. Crescent View currently doesn't house anything except for we're about to house, you know, the Transition Academy, which is awesome. But here we have this big building. It's you know, and it's not currently being used. So that's something we need to, I think, look at a little more closely. I'm just not exactly sure why the committee decided on Mount Jordan. So I think we need to kind of talk about that and look at that a little closer. And as far as I know Crescent was ruled out because of Hillcrest and Brighton having to travel farther is something that you mentioned in the slide. When I mapped it out, it's like 3 minutes, depending on traffic, anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes. So 3 to 5 minutes, although is significant, we're looking at the difference of nearly $25,000 that we're you know, taking, or I mean, $25 million. So I think that's something I'd love to have further discussion on. Why did we rule it out? Is it only just for that? Why did we rule out Jordan High? I understand there's a concern with the identity and the historical, you know, preserving the historical nature of Jordan High being a traditional high school. But I also look at that and want to make sure that that school is a thriving population and there's a good magnet there. And I do see some benefit from having a really strong CTEC location there as far as magnet. I know we've supposed that maybe other high schoolers won't want to come to a competing high school, but is there a way that we can ask the general public? Can we do a survey, or are there things that we can find out there instead of immediately ruling it out? So those are my thoughts on that. My last thought, sorry, then you can answer. On the options, I have an issue with equity within my own high school when option one is we're only going to fix the soccer fields and not the baseball and softball. It's difficult because it makes it look like we care more about this sport and these students than the others. And all three is a safety issue. So I want to protect our athletes. I don't want liability with athletic injuries. So I don't think it's prudent to only fix one field and not the other. So there's my thoughts on that. So I don't know if we want to open it up to answers to that, but I would love to have a better discussion or idea and more transparency about why we're recommending what we're recommending.
And do you want to answer it? Do you want to have Leon answer some of those questions? What?
I'll take.
Go for it first.
You can start and then I'll fill in.
I think on the C-Tech, we're trying to find the best for 40 years.
Right?
And so 5 minutes of these other schools does add up over 40 years. We issue there. Just I think you can remodel. Sometimes we know going in and digging, these guys is first blush. You go in and start digging and where do you stop? And so that's also an issue there. So that 32-ish could expand on, how much we want to really put in there, but that would be an issue there.
I got a question on that.
Also, yeah.
But wouldn't you say the same for all of those?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be the same for
I
Mount
think-
Jordan as well? I
Yeah, I
mean,
think-
some of these are always end up being a little more.
I think we just build up new. You can probably do it, design it to how you want.
Okay, so you're saying we're pretty confident that's gonna be the highest price at Mount
I'm
Jordan?
not gonna,
Okay.
construction prices vary all the time and how much we want to add.
Sure.
Mainly in power, the programs you want to add,
Sure,
all that's gonna factor into the cost. And it would at these others. We also looked at, hey, do we want to look at do we ever want to look at selling that? We just don't think you can ever sell the fields, right? That you're between tracks in the school. You can never do that. But at long term, if you ever wanted to sell, and you generate quite a bit of money, you could look at that at Crescent View property. That would be a pretty prime location there. So those are some of the reasons why we liked it. We just, Jordan High, again, the identity, if you're gonna build a $60,000 square foot building there, which is probably maybe what you need. We thought, well, it might be just better to build a $80,000 or $90,000, square foot building somewhere else, right? So that was also part of the discussion. But yeah, all these.
Putting C-Tech at Jordan messes up the identity of both groups, if that makes sense, because they would not be combined. There's really no way to truly combine them. They would have to have separate identities, and having them on the same campus might be difficult. And we can't define what the building will look like. We have no say. We have to work with the building that we have and what space we have available. If we start on a new location, then we have more options and we can make it fit the way we want our programs to fit down the road. We like having C-Tech not so far away from Jordan because we could do some partnerships between the two. And the fact that Jordan is so visible in our community is something that we really need to play. Because if we are going to move towards building something spectacular at the point, having C-Tech, Jordan, and then out to the point is almost a natural flow. It's accessible, it's seen, from State Street, from tracks. There's just so many ways to get to that Jordan area, and having the C-Tech building be separate just seemed like it would be smarter. Another thing that we're really looking forward to is beginning what do you call it? Our health care clinic. That thing that won't fit in a Jordan plan. If we have it located as incorporated as part of the medical part of our students could be involved for all we know. We just don't know, but having that spot right there next to the district office makes it very central.
Okay, a couple thoughts.
So having it there made a lot more sense than putting it off into communities.
Yeah.
Where it's not as accessible and visible.
Okay, thanks. So I'm glad you brought that up, because that was one thing I had thought about as well.
Not totally, but that's fine. You can ask another question.
Oh, well, a response to, and I'm sure it'll go all the way around too. So a response to that is one thing I thought of, is Jordan High is much more visible. And if we're doing an amazing C-Tech campus like these ones we're going to visit, I love the idea that our light isn't hid under the bushel, and Mount Jordan is a little bit, not everyone goes through there, but State Street, everyone can see that Jordan High.
What would they
So
look
if
at?
we
The building
did,
or Jordan?
so if
See,
we
I don't like the
did,
competition of the two.
well, and I would think it would be remodeled, but I think it is a great opportunity for a cool hybrid. We'd be the first in state, make it a big deal. Sometimes the best creativity is born out of parameters. And so it might be, and it's very central and it's very visible. So that is another thing. As far as the medical group too, that was something I was gonna ask long range planning. If that health and wellness, if we could look at doing that still at Mount Jordan and fix the transportation side of that and look at doing that, but not have it necessarily be part of, but maybe we're wanting it all to be combined because of the CTEC nature of it. I don't know. But anyway, that was a question I had for long range too.
Another question you asked was, why didn't we stick it over at Eastmont? Well, partially because it is out of sight, so it's not going to be a beacon on the hill, no matter how beautiful we build it. Just the fact that it's dropped down below 13th. You drive by and you just get roofs. There's really not much around that. It is closer to the hospital, and that's really nice. But being able to get diesels and other kinds of traffic into that neighborhood area would prove difficult, being as it's on a hill. And in the wintertime, its accessibility is interesting. They slide around quite a bit, kind of thing. We also decided that looking at, we know populations are going down everywhere, but we needed to make sure that we protect our feeder patterns to the point where we're not going to hurt Jordan again. Last time the board, not this board, a board, changed the boundaries, Jordan was shorted and quite a few students and given to Alta, and they have never recovered. If we do it again by taking out their feeder schools, Jordan could very well suffer down the road and we'd have no Jordan at all. I know that the community that I represent may not choose to want to, if they had wanted to go to Mount Jordan Middle, they have had that opportunity already. And they have not chosen to do so. Forcing them to do that may force them to just go to other schools, and that you'll end up killing that path, that feeder system down. We do need to look at boundaries. I'm not going to say we don't. I think that's part of the problem, part of the solution at some point, but we have to start somewhere. And boundaries was more contentious than worth waiting to start on some of these projects because the costs are just going to go up. So we feel like we need to maintain Eastmont as a middle school. So then we said, well, how about we build a smaller one, like an elementary type size? But then the difficulty was to do that and keep the cost down. They wouldn't be able to have an auditorium. Well, that's not going to work. They have to have an auditorium. And Eastmont's auditorium is highly used. It's one of the largest, it is the largest middle school auditorium in our district. It is highly used and it's in a pretty good location as far as other schools being able to rent that out and come in, and the community does use it. So I think the community needs that maintained. We do not have access to the auditorium in Mount Jordan Middle because Sandy, whatever it is, has already leased it. Our own students are having trouble being able to use their own auditorium because Sandy City leases it for their
There's a partnership.
thing. Yeah, anyway. So we can't put more because the only other option they would have is to go into Mount Jordan Middle as an auditorium as far as middle schools and stuff goes. I know that when we went to graduation and we went to Mount Jordan Middle for even Entrada and Diamond Ridge, standing room only, right? We couldn't even get that population. And those are tiny, tiny schools. Could not get that population in there for graduation. They could not fit in that auditorium. So their suggestion, they said, oh, we're going to have to get Eastmont next year. So maintaining that auditorium is important to our community, maintaining the feeder system and keeping it as strong as we can now, and then maybe change some boundaries, maybe move some programs. Let's build up in other ways that population. They have maintained what comes in, they keep.
Okay.
Look at how many transfer out of that could go to Eastmont. Very few.
So I think this is important for the group to know is those that go to Eastmont, how many of them go to Jordan? Because we're talking about protecting
Most of
the
them.
Jordan feeder, but it would be nice just to get the percentage, right?
Yeah, he has, we have.
So one thing, Holly, is we did look at
We have.
enrollment and it is steady, but maybe Leon could address that. And then I know Rick wants.
Okay, and then I had another question about that too. So
I know, you know what, we really need to
Yeah.
probably have the other board members talk.
That's fine. I'm just rebuttaling to what she brought up.
So.
That's fine.
okay, we keep going around.
Yeah, totally.
That's fine.
Yes.
Okay, because maybe your thing will come up with someone else. Superintendent, do you want to say?
Let's get the board, you guys need to,
Okay, but Holly, we did look at enrollment and it's steady for Eastmont, or we would have never recommended this if it was continuing.
So the numbers show that it's steady. The numbers don't show that it's steady even from 3 years ago to now.
Yeah, it's been going down, but looking out projections, it's steady.
We do see Eastmont. They're at 535, 540 right now, right? We do see them dropping. There'll be about a 30 student drop next year as their eighth graders go out. 200 eighth graders will go out, roughly 170 fifth graders now. Next year, sixth graders coming in. That will put it in that 500 range. We see that going forward, staying in that 500 range, as far as we can project out. Sometimes we may get up in the 510, 520 range. Sometimes it might go in the 480s, but in that 500 student range there. So that's how.
That is what we looked at.
As far as.
For the foreseeable future, and that equals nine
We think that-
classrooms.
I think it'll go up.
We
Interest rates go down.
yeah, as we feel like that was the first hit area as far as the birth rate going down. And so our elementaries who feed into that have been pretty consistent last several years. So we just see that continuing up forward that way. So we just don't see staying in that 500 range.
I
We don't
just,
see it going bigger,
yeah,
is your point.
Not unless interest rates.
That
want
was
to
just your first point and I wanted to address it.
yeah. And can I just in conclusion say, no one wants to be the person in the room that's saying close a school, right? I mean, that's hard to say and even think about. But I am concerned when we're in the 500 range and our other middle schools, I mean, we've got middle schools that are 1,400 and 900. And that does mean something for the programs that we're allowed to, that we can provide to these kids and their quality of education. So,
I just comment on that. To your point, right, early on, I think penciling this out at Eastmont, on the business side, it makes sense what you're saying, right? But if the bigger question to me is if our ultimate outcome is to really support Jordan High, right, is to build up Jordan High, to your point. To me, when you look at the academic and overall performance at Eastmont, then the question is, does changing that at Eastmont, closing it or doing something drastic, strengthen Jordan High or weaken Jordan High? And my thinking is that the families and the students that, and most of them do go to Jordan from Eastmont, that if we make a decision to close Eastmont, as hard as that is, and maybe that pencils out on the business side, is the risk. And you even said, like the leap of ensuring that the quality of education those kids can carry on at other middle schools, that's the risk we take, right? Because we're then dividing teachers and programs up into other places and disseminating those kids and families out. There's no guarantee that those families and those students even stay with us, even if we drop those boundaries. As Karen pointed out, they've already had that choice. So the decision that we made a few years ago with West Draper, I think we run the risk of potentially repeating the same issue. And to me, that could really weaken Jordan High in the future. So a remodel, either a lease revenue or a general obligation bond, I think to me is a very, a reasonable approach that helps protect that. It really keeps a backbone of families and students that do feed into Jordan versus removing that and possibly weakening Jordan even further than we already have. So, that's kind of how my thinking has evolved from the beginning. Cause I totally understand Mont and I've had the same conversation. Penciling this out on the business side of it, it's a reality, right? But it's also I think looking deeper and bigger at a bigger picture with how do we really sustain and build Jordan High up. I'm worried that if we weaken that any further, then it becomes even a bigger problem down the road.
So I have a clarifying question. You say we're gonna lose them. Where would we lose them to?
Well, they've got all kinds of charter.
Where, I know, but where, you think they'll go out of our public school altogether?
Well,
Because of,
I don't know that, right? But just looking at the performance of the school and the culture in the school and what they've been able to establish there and the quality of education that Eastmont has provided for decades, that would be, to me, that's a really hard thing to walk away from. I mean,
We really need.
I know, you gotta, sorry.
We all have a chance. Okay, Mr. Edel, we're just gonna round the table. Is everyone okay with that?
That's fantastic.
Okay, great.
So I want to comment first on the location of CTEC. So I live here, like, this is my home. And I love the location of CTEC. When you look at it, the proposed location of CTEC. When you look at it, there's space for growth, which I think is really, really important. We have to have a building that's big enough for CTEC. If we just build a similar footprint, we're really not doing anything to expand these programs, which are, I mean, really the future of education. The location, I mean, it's a great location. It's got space for adequate parking. It's really easy to get to. So I drive that road every single day. And so it's easy to get to. It's highly visible. It's not too far from Real, right? It's right across the street from Jordan Commons. So it's highly visible. It's right next to the beautiful Mount Jordan building. So when you're looking at how it looks, you check that, like location. It's a much better location even than Jordan. Jordan has State Street, but then Jordan has kind of gross stuff that looks kind of around it, right? Versus this, where everything's just beautiful, and then you think of soccer right next to it. Accessibility, it's really, really, really easy to get to, whether you're driving or whether you have a car, anything. So I really like the location of the CTEC. It checks all the boxes for me. One of the things I did want to mention, but Karen kind of mentioned it, is boundaries. And you had touched on boundaries as well. I think I was hoping that would come into this. It didn't, but I appreciate you saying why it didn't come into it. So I'm not like, why didn't you guys do that? So I appreciate you guys working on
It's on
that.
the list. It's
Yeah.
just not the first list.
So I appreciate you guys working on that, because that goes into too, we really do have to look at our boundaries, and balance in some of the middle schools. Because we really do have some uneven feeding that goes into that. With Eastmont, I'm glad you brought up the auditorium, because again, so I live in this community, and before I've been involved with schools, I've been involved with Eastmont, with a number of organizations, because Eastmont's used for a lot of things. Eastmont's used by political parties. Eastmont's used for ballet. Eastmont's used for small productions. Eastmont's used for everything. And we would have to have, I mean, that brings our community into our schools, which is what we want. This one's small, but just because there was a mention of potentially just doing grass at Corner Canyon High School. And if we're gonna spend the money to re-grass it, I mean, we should re-turf. It doesn't make sense to spend that much money and then have a relatively small amount hired to get into the turf, especially with the amount that's used. I mean, because it's used quite a bit. And then
So just clarification on what you just said. So you're saying grass or turf?
turf.
So turf, you want the artificial stuff because we know that'll hold up longer
Mhm.
and it's more water.
Right, and the corner,
Just checking like it's
Corner
right
Canyon field is used
constantly.
constantly. And the turf would allow it to be used constantly and during basically all weather conditions, without having to have any break periods for that. And then I appreciate the in-depth options that were presented. Options 1 through 3 are almost the same option. And
Slight variations.
right, I support the slight variations of options 1 through 3. I'd say a preference for 1, but the reality is if we decided to go that route, we'd start picking what would be in it anyway, so.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna have more conversations.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the beginning.
Only just.
So
Is that all?
Understanding.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay. And board, remember to ask, we want to know if there's any items you want us to bring forward. So is there, anyway.
Information items.
Yeah, to
Information
bring back.
for the next board
Well,
meeting.
So, anyway, okay, this is a.
So I wanted to answer part of your questions, Holly. Part of, one of the reasons why Crescent is a problem is we found out in the midst of all the due diligence that those walls cannot be moved. That the way that they are set in stone, they're weight bearing, and so our ability to be able to transform that building into what we need it to be is gonna become really difficult.
We almost
And
have to.
so, when we were looking at that, we were like, dang, I mean, do you really build like a program where you have specific ideas of what you want, whether it's cybersecurity or whatever, and you're limited by the building?
Right.
So that's a big issue. The other thing was with Eastmont, similarly, there are a lot of us, and I'll be open, I'm one of them. I'm nervous about the water table, and if you get in there and you start knocking walls around and doing a whole lot where you're trying to transform it into something, I don't know, it worries me. So I did, and in deference to, I originally thought that the idea of having a CTEC in front of Jordan made sense. But as I've learned more from Karen and from Andrew both about that community and their current concerns about it, I can understand, and it resonates with me. When I first got on the board and we spent, I don't know, 9 months for the DLI committee, or a year? It was over a year. One of the things that dismantled, one of the reasons it dismantled at the end is because we heard from a ton of parents at the different high schools, how even though Jordan High School, so essentially the idea is that they would have a middle school magnet program at Eastmont, and then they would have had the high school languages available at Jordan. And I had spades of parents, like Facebook groups that were created exclusively for this, that contacted me and said, no way. If this is where the languages are, we're out, we're done with DLI. We want it at our kids' school. We don't, yes. And so that's really what happened at the end. And so that's where I look at it. I'm like, it was weird to me. I would not have personally had that issue with me and my children. I don't quite understand it, but there is that sentiment that exists somewhat. And I don't know if it's because they see it as a rivalry or what, or an identity issue, but I don't want what we're going to create at CTEC to be undermined by that. Especially going to Davis Catalyst Center this last week, like it was phenomenal. And I came away so jazzed and excited about some of the possibilities. And we really do need to have some flexibility with their building. One of the things that they've done right is that they have consultants with industry, including some of them cleared from our area, who have been interested in saying, this is what we would really like to see done in your building. This is what you need to do with your programs. I would like to have some flexibility to do that, to have industry informing what it is we want to do. And we don't want to be stuck with buildings that have pre-existing issues that way. So that was part of the thought. The second thought is, I agree with you with regard to the equity thing at Corner Canyon with those sports. I've had enough conversations with softball parents in particular. There's a girl who lost a tooth last year because of a divot in the field, and it was a bad injury. It was very and the drainage issues there are significant enough. I'm open to the idea of the turf because I don't know, I just get nervous every time I look at the swamp and the birds out there nesting. Like we could try and fix it, but I don't know if it's really gonna fix it. I would like to fix it. And I understand Leon's concern of once you do it for one, you do it for all, but not all of them have those issues. It is a different ball of wax.
Yeah.
And then the final thing I just want to mention with regard to funding, I had a conversation with Charlie yesterday, and maybe he can speak to this with regard to the lease revenue bonds. I wonder if we need to make sure that we structure the financing of this, that CTEC is what's covered by lease revenue bonds. And that the other things that we're addressing at each of the schools are covered by a regular bond. And the reason being, I don't know, Charlie, maybe you can speak to it. He expressed doubt that perhaps the community as a whole across the district is going to be very excited about CTEC and the transportation piece, and I don't know. So from a popular perspective, maybe you can speak to that.
What I was trying to make when we were having that discussion is if you're gonna do a general obligation bond, you need to have something in all parts of the district
Right.
that voters are going to
Yeah.
be interested in voting for.
Which the question is, I don't know, would we do a good enough job selling CTEC? I'm not sure.
We could.
So,
No one just has that on the radar at all.
well, we would definitely need to do some. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Milburn.
I guess where I'm gonna start is when we passed the general obligation bond back in, what was it, 2017? We looked at that, and Leon, you made a statement, something along the lines of said, when we did the last bond, Leon said that we would not need to bond again for the foreseeable future, and that we would be able to pay our obligations on a go-forward basis out of yearly revenue coming in for whatever we needed to expand. I question very, very seriously if our community is ready to have us go back to them and ask for another bond. That would be 3 bonds in 15 years. Stated in a different way, that would be 3 20-year bonds in 15 years. That's an awful lot to go back to the community and keep asking. We also approach these that we can layer those on top without any tax increase. Where if we were to let our bonds pay off, they would come up with not a neutral tax rate, but they would receive a reduction in their tax rate. And so I question seriously if our patrons and our residents are ready for another bond. That's a big ask. The next point I want to go to, I understand all the arguments about auditoriums, groundwater, stationary walls, good test scores and everything. But if we think back not too far ago, Salt Lake City School District got their hands slapped pretty hard because they failed to close schools, underpopulated schools, and they were told that that was a waste. It was a misuse of taxpayer money. We as a board have a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens of our district to make sure that we are doing the most efficient thing we possibly can with their money. I also look at when we were a very, very young school district, one of the first things we did is we've moved students out of Crescent View Middle School. I will tell you, there's a lot of criticism that came from that. There were people in the community that were outraged. They would come to every school board meeting and that was the topic of conversation. They made comments about who they were going to get off the board. They were successful. 15 years later, 14 years later, whatever it is, it seemed that the students that were attending Crescent View Middle School have assimilated into other schools. And I don't see that as anything on the radar screen is to bring Crescent View Middle School back to life. They're all doing okay, wherever they are. It's interesting that we have CTEC a top priority. I also wonder, as I look at the rendering that's on the screen. To a middle school, playfields are a big deal. Are we taking away from Mount Jordan Middle School what they need to have to continue to function properly by taking their by taking their green areas away and their playfields? I think especially in today's world where childhood obesity, in my case, adult obesity, seem to be a problem in our society, I would like to make sure that we have places where kids can learn to recreate at school. Once you put something on that campus and split it, you will never go back. That becomes what it is. I also look at, and I know I've heard a whole lot about why not Eastmont. If I'm coming out of the parking lot at Hillcrest High School on North Union Avenue heading east, I just have to go up South Union Avenue and I tie into, I believe it's 11th East, it then swings up the hill and turns into 13th East. And I have a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit all the way out to Eastmont. If I'm coming from Jordan or from Bingham High, Brighton High, this is another B word.
Yeah.
I've got grandkids at Bingham, so I slip up quite a bit. But if I'm coming out of Brighton High, I come down Bengal Boulevard, I tie into Highland Drive, and I drop down Creek Road and catch 13th East, the top of 7800. And I've now once again have a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit all the way out there. I will tell you that if I got in a car at either one of those schools or southernmost schools and drove to Eastmont and then I turned around and drove to Mount Jordan, with the amount of traffic, with the amount of turns and 25-mile-an-hour speed limit going along 3rd East.
Yeah.
I maintain that there would be less than 2-minute difference to get to those schools. The other thing is we look at what happens if we bond, whether it be a lease revenue bond or general obligation bond, and Leon, correct me if I'm way off base. If I go 20 years and I allocate enough money out of each year's operation, at the end of the 20 years, I have a ton of money and I can build what I want to build. If I do a bond, I then take all that money and bring it in now and I can spend it now. I pay a penalty on that called interest, which means I'm going to have less to spend than I would have had I saved the money. And I have to pay that back plus the penalty over the next 20 years, which decreases the amount of money I have in my yearly funds coming that I can spend in the schools. So, I think we need to think very, very seriously about whether it's time to bond again. I will tell you, I consider myself the champion of Bond 1 and Bond 2 because I clearly see they were necessary. I don't know that I'm a champion on Bond 3.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Are you sure? You don't have anything more?
But let's give Nancy.
Oh,
It's okay. Not much.
No, that's fine. Let's go ahead and do you, because you heard from me, and then if I have something else, want to go back.
Mrs. T.
Yeah, so, yeah, I don't have much because I really don't feel like I'm had enough information to start leaning one way or another on all of this, so this is really helpful to have the conversation. But I will admit that I'm coming from a place where I think Eastmont Middle School is the best kept secret of middle schools in the district. It's really a great school and it has such an amazing history, and the work they do there is very admirable. But so I prepared thoughts more along the lines of what I would like the committee to
That's fine.
talk about, gather information and bring back. And one of it was kind of referred to, but about looking at district programs and relocating things. Cause,
That would be helpful.
because I think that would be good information, to relocate things to, Eastmont, something that we could do to support that, community through programs and maybe even looking at, creating a new program. So similar to what the U did for Alta when they were in that situation, is there something that we could do as a middle school? And then kind of tying it to the CTEC program and Point. Because, you know, can we create a STEM or some sort of a program at a middle school level that would kind of gather people or students with that interest? I mean, just kind of think a little creatively and a little vertically on those type of things. And then I think that, and to that point, at the point, so I think it was mentioned in somebody's list somewhere, but that's going to be a need sooner than later, because I'm not sure what the updated plan is at the point, you know, but I'm pretty sure they're not gonna donate a finished building to us. So I think it would be important to throw that into the conversation because, I mean, I agree, I'm super nervous about going out bonding, but we also have these needs. And so it's kind of difficult because you have to balance thinking forward and thinking now, thinking here and thinking everywhere. And that's why this is such a complicated thing. And I'm really grateful that we're dedicating the amount of time to having these conversations because I think it's really helpful. And then also along those lines too, I know, you know, there's been some site visits to some of these standalone programs that are featuring the CTE programs. And I think part of our discussion, and this is something too, I think would be important to come back is what kind of features and factors and process would we want to do to redesign the CTE program? And because like, I know I made a quick visit to Kirkland Ranches Academy in Tampa, Florida. A beautiful facility, wonderful facility. But one of my big takeaways on that, because it was a standalone high school, they provided all of the credits necessary for graduation for 4-year program. But they also had the half-day program, like similar to our CTEC, at different locations, not that same location. So I think we need to have a conversation about, do we want to have standalone and a full 4-year, all-day program and half-day programs, or only half-day programs? I just think there's a lot of those conversations or pieces that need to be part of this conversation. Excuse me. So
I just wanna, is there
and
anything?
just for financing options, there's not a good one. There's really not a good one unless we can convince the legislature to take all $400 million of the rainy day stabilization one-time money and distribute that out. That might be helpful. And,
Good luck.
Dream on.
yeah.
Anne's working on it.
Well, this is my opinion, but I personally believe that money is for the use of public education and it should be used as, you know, providing one-time resources and for local districts to determine what their needs are. And I mean, you know, if they did that, it would sure save LEAs across the state a whole lot of money and interest. With that. That's my little opinion and I'll leave it at that. So.
Just a brief comment, brief. See, I just want to make sure I had heard what everybody's concerned with. Eastmont has a really good AVID program that's nationally. As of next week, we're gonna be national demonstrating school. That's what I thought. I was gonna say, are we national? It will be. Yeah. I was gonna say, We could expand our C-Tech side of it, CTE courses. We already have our youth and academy there. We have to be careful what kinds of programs you're gonna put in there. Are they beneficial to the whole population? Or are they just taking up space in the building so that you can say it's 100% filled? There's a huge difference between those two. So programs, we haven't discussed programs. I mean, you notice our list is kind of big
I
already.
think but I think that's worth discussing.
That wasn't
Whether
originally.
relocating some DLI or salt.
In the very, 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 very beginning, before we even started looking at sites and stuff, that was one of the considerations that we could look at. But we had to pick building sites just because of cost and looking ahead. You saw everything we've talked about now since we started summer, I don't know, August. So you're now current with where we've been able to discuss. So you can see that we haven't gone into enough detail to be able to give you more. But this is good feedback, I think, for the committee to know where we stand. And no, I don't know that we're ready. We had to look at bonding and leasing because that's an option. That's something we have to know is concerning, but we're looking at what's best for students. That's first. Point is last, but what's better for students is giving them the opportunity to be able to go there. So we need to provide for our students what they need now and that we can build on so that they'll be ready for what we don't know about in the future, which is really, really tough. So anyway.
But with that said, can I
Yes,
just-
ma'am.
one of the things that the Catalyst site told us, and I think we should take them up on this, is they said, we highly encourage you to start talking to those members of industry in your area.
Yes.
And they said, you are more than welcome to take them up to the site and at the Catalyst, and we can show them what's possible and what we've done with other industry partners.
Right.
So we can start mobilizing on that now, and that will better inform what it is we want to create at
Yes.
CTEC.
And then we can pull some of the C-Tech stuff, either expand it in our C-Tech building, or maybe we're gonna push some of it back into our high schools.
Okay, Mr. Milberg had something. Mrs. Nymark.
One question that's just glaring to me on this is the bottom bullet point there, that many youth recreation league games could be moved to Union Middle School, which will have a large play area. They had a large play area on the east side of the school before they built the new school. And that field was always used, always full.
Mhm.
And I'm guessing the same people that had that before will be wanting to come back to Union as well, once the fields are in place. And so is this just a space saver, or has there been any research done to see if you would be able to fit those people plus the people from Mount Jordan on the same field at the same time?
Yeah, we've looked at a couple of diagrams. It all depends. We need to do more research on that, but we have looked at that because you can split Union up, and I'd have to look at it again. I don't have it right in front of me.
That's a concern.
There's quite a bit of space west of there. So I think we could get a lot there. Of course, some of those little league 6 and 8 year olds don't play on big.
It'll take as much space.
But
But I just want to make sure that that there's been some thought, not just that it got typed up and put on there.
We looked at that.
No, we did look at it. Just not
We could show some more.
Okay, Mrs. Nymark.
Okay, so a couple follow-up questions I had. I really like Nancy's idea of really looking at programs. Amanda mentioned, and I remember when the board was looking at that DLI as a magnet and how families were like, no, we don't want to leave our neighborhood school. We need to think about that with the CTEC programs.
Right, that's true.
Because if we're saying we don't know if the general public's gonna pass a general bond for CTEC, well, then is that our priority? It ought to be, if our public and our taxpayers don't want it, we need to make sure we're creating a program that's wanted, that people are excited about. So I'm very nervous if we're saying, hey, we don't know if by general bond that would even pass. Well, I don't know that I want to do a lease revenue bond then to make it pass. It has to be something the public wants. It has to be something the public's super excited about. So looking at programs and whatever CTEC programs we can bring into the neighborhood schools, that does align with our strategic plan, right? We want successful pathways for every student in every building. So I think we need to have a strong vision and identity. And then the other thing is, I thought Nancy's other point is so valid, is that we don't have a furnished building at the point, and that's an expense that's gonna come up in the future. So we need to really be thinking about that when we're looking at bonding for these other things. That has to be something we're considering. So, and just in closing, again, I don't want to go down as the person that was advocating for Eastmont to close. That wasn't my point. My point is to go through bonding and raising taxpayer money when we don't see a sustaining population. We do need to address, like Nancy was saying, what programs, what can we do to sustain the population? Because I do feel accountable to taxpayers that we can't just raise taxes. And then when we're saying how amazing that school is, it is amazing. But you know, there's also an equity issue. It's like, well, then can all our middle schools only be 500 kids and have, you know, smaller class sizes and all these things? We do just need to be careful that what we're doing, that we're doing something that's best for everyone as a whole, right? As well as protecting the amazing traditions and, you know, learning that's happening there. So just wanted to I would love for long range to come back with ideas for programs, how to sustain Eastmont's population, what the CTEC identity should look like.
Yeah, but yeah.
So that's not a one-time.
Well, yeah, we're.
Right. That's gonna be coming.
Probably can't bring that back. But
Right.
That is why we're going. to
And
do
I'm not convinced 100% that, I know some people are convinced that Mount Jordan Fields is the very best place for CTEC, but I'm not yet. So I would love more.
Do you want us to bring back like
Yes.
the actual slide?
I would like, because I see some really great things about Crescent View, about Eastmont, and about Jordan as far as business partners that are close in the vicinity, Alta Hospital. I would really be interested in having a deeper dive. I want to really look at 100%. I know for my southern community, Mount Jordan would take longer to get to than any of the other options, just because of where it's at and speed limits and not on a main road. So, you know, we're looking at distance for Hillcrest and Brighton, you know, distance for everyone too. So I would love to have a deeper dive of every little aspect of it. Why it's
Yeah,
best.
we could do that.
And especially when this is the most costly option too.
Okay. So I do just want to say a few things, like most people have covered everything. But I will say, like, as long range planning, I mean, of course, we don't want to have to go bond or do anything, but the thing is, we just have so many needs and construction costs are so high. And some of the other projects we had to do, I mean, it's really, if we want to do any of it, it's what we're gonna have to do. So, I mean, we can look at how we structure it, what we include. But really, if we want to do this, we're probably gonna have to do some kind of combination, so. But we don't, you know, we don't love it, we don't want to, but we're forced to because we have too many needs. And if we had, just like Nancy said, if we had some of that money, it would have helped us. We wouldn't have to go out so much anyway.
Always dream.
I know, we're gonna work on this. Charlie and Susan are gonna work on that.
I'm sure.
Always on.
And then we have talked about Eastmont and maybe doing something special STEM that ties to CTEC and the point, we have
Sound.
discussed all that. But we have to figure out what
We haven't
CTEC
figured it
looks
out.
like first before we can map that, but that is definitely in our discussions. And then also just kind of on the size of CTEC. So we did go visit that Catalyst and it was not only, but it was 39,000 square feet and they told us how. Yeah, they're like, it's not big enough and we're gonna ask the district to build another building. So we just wanna make sure what we build is big enough that we don't have to build another building because there's not space again, so. Those are just some of my thoughts. Superintendent or Leon?
Well, one thing to add to that is currently thinking about, we were thinking in terms of close to 100,000 square feet so that we could facilitate all high school kids versus it's limited right now to what CTEC can actually service. So 11th and 12th graders only. So that was also
That's
part of that.
That's a good.
Yeah, that is.
Sorry, one other question, I forgot. Can we have long range come back and let us know the overhead to keep some of these schools open? Cause another thing I thought of is, like, we have Bella Vista that has 212 kids and we're keeping that elementary school open. And we're talking about raising taxes. So what's the overhead to keep some of these schools open? And maybe long range should really look at combining some of these elementary schools that are way under.
Done that too. Just
Well,
wasn't.
you need to present it to the full board because.
We just didn't
because
have time today.
Yeah, but
Do it all.
But if we're looking at income sources and how to fund these projects, we
It's
very,
not enough money, Holly. But it would save
well,
some.
if you sell the property and you don't have the overhead, it's some money. And we do need to be looking, before we go to taxpayers and say, hey, guess what? We've got inflation and your groceries are higher than they've ever been before, and so is rent, if you're renting or whatever else. I don't know. I just think I know renters don't pay property tax, but all the costs are increasing.
Indirectly.
Or I guess they do in a way. So the thing is, before we do that, let's look at everything we can do too. Because Mont is right. Salt Lake City School District was slapped on the hand and said, why are you keeping these schools open? And we have some schools, we have some elementary schools that are really low in enrollment. And we have quite a few of those. So we need to look at that too before we're asking taxpayers to pay more.
So you think we should move schools, close schools and move people together before we even start building on something?
I think we need to just look at what would that do? What would that do, right?
Right, yeah, we need to have that as a factor.
What's
If we
the
do this,
overhead
then what's
cost?
this gonna do? Yeah.
Well, and before we're looking at bonding.
And
Yeah.
I just want to point out, I mean, Salt Lake they got questioned about why they didn't, and it was more about that they didn't really study it, but Alpine District on the complete opposite end of
Did the
this,
same thing and got
on the opposite end of that spectrum.
Subpoenaed.
They tried to close schools and they got in trouble too. So
We're trying to.
So that just kind of illustrates what a very, very complicated, difficult thing is and how important it is to take time and do it right.
We've looked at, Holly, but we were looking at the building
Have
side of it a little
conversation,
more
right.
heavily right now because of the timing and then the other, but we can't.
Yeah, we will see that.
But we need that information before we look at bonding.
Before we go after money, we have to look like we are good financial stewards.
Oh, yeah.
And we want to be,
That's why
I'm
we're
not saying
doing it.
close anything,
we want to be.
saying make sure we need to get it done. I
Well,
just,
have a good study look at it all. Yeah.
Hey, one final comment. I just thank you to the committee and the rest of the board and Leon. I mean, I know we've been kind of spinning our wheels on this for a while. And I think we've all been anxiously kind of waiting to have this meeting to at least.
Yes.
This is the first inning of this is a long play, so I'm super happy that it's off the ground and we're having the discussion and it's very, very early in the process. But as you all can see how complex these issues are, that's what has stalled this, is that it's so complex. It affects so many students and communities that, it's difficult, but I'm really glad that it's off the ground and Leon's been amazing at trying to make some sense of the numbers and at least what is possible. And, so I'm just glad that we're having the discussion today.
Me too. I'm just glad we could bring some recommendations. Even if we don't agree on all of them, it's okay.
Brought something to
You can have a starting point.
Yeah, you have to-
Conversation.
Absolutely.
well, the thing also to remember, those involved in long-range planning have heard this several times.
Right, yeah.
The rest of us
true.
are hearing it for the first time.
time.
And I would
Let it roll
guess
around
when
in your
you
head.
want to hit long-term planning the first time, many of the same questions we asked were asked,
It's true.
and we just don't know it much.
It's true.
It's always good to get fresh eyes looking at.
Yes, it is.
And that's why it's nice to have some of those pieces back to us so we can see the full discussion. Because when you're seeing it and you're saying, that's your recommendation, why, we don't totally know why.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. I will call this meeting to a close and then we will reconvene business meeting at 7. Thank you, everyone.
Common sense beginning about that. Oh, yeah. Put together what makes sense. Kill that, isn't it?
Couple people
Everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is October 17th, 2023. We are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. And the full board is here today. And they're coming in. And we will start by approving the agenda for today. So if I could have a motion for that.
I would like to make a motion to approve tonight's agenda for October 17th, 2023.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion or questions to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. We will now have the Pledge of Allegiance, and that will be led by Silver Mesa Elementary Principal Noelle Jones, and then we will hear some school highlights from her.
Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Put my glasses on. This is a new development for me. So, ladies and gentlemen of the school board, esteemed colleagues, parents, and community members, I stand before you this evening with immense pride as the new principal of Silver Mesa Elementary. I'm deeply honored to be part of such an incredible community that has welcomed me. The first few months of this amazing journey have been filled with so much growth, learning, collaboration, and some challenges. But with all of those, especially the challenges, I have found my love and commitment for the school, the faculty, the staff, the students, and the community. From the moment I came to Silver Mesa this summer and was greeted with the grandeur of the mountains opposite the front doors, I knew this was a special place. I knew that as I looked at the peaks and valleys of the canyons beyond, I would face my own peaks and valleys, and yet I would climb my way through them, maneuvering with the help of others, learning to slow down when I might not think I should, or to keep going when I think I can go no further. But I have people around me, supporting me, lifting me, carrying me onward and upward to be able to achieve new heights, to be able to achieve things I never thought I could. And here are some of those people. I'm surrounded by a team of kindergarten teachers who saw some of the most significant gains in their proficiency data from winter to spring in nonsense word fluency, correct letter sounds in our district, which is a key indicator in reading and success. A first grade team that is new and working together so well, so supportively, and are so open to coaching like no other team I have ever seen. A second grade team that has made significant changes with its makeup, yet you would think they have been working together for years. And when 3 out of the 4 of them were unable to attend back to school night because of significant illnesses, their teammate stepped up, and she was brand new to the state and pulled it all together for them. Our third grade team, who has a new leader and a young teacher who is doing a phenomenal job leading a team of teachers that I see working well together, supporting each other, offering advice, giving direction, and just being there for their colleagues, all while maintaining smiles and laughs each day. It's amazing. And our fourth grade team, which has a job share in our dual immersion class, unheard of really, yet they make it work beautifully, truly showing that with grit, determination, teamwork, you can have 100% typical or higher growth and 95% typical or higher growth in math composite scores. The fifth grade team is less of a team and more of a family. They're there for each other like I have never seen teammates be there for each other before. It really is it's truly a wonderful thing to witness. We have accommodated core classes at our school as well, and boy, oh boy, do they add to the joy, the excitement, and fun at our school on a daily basis. You will never meet teachers with more patience, love, and bigger hearts than our special education teachers who work with our ACC students, as well as our other related service providers. Silver Mesa is not just the teachers, but the PTA who amazes me each and every day with all they do for everyone, especially our students. The watchdogs who are there every day to volunteer before, during, and after school to show their support for their children. Our community, when we have an event, literacy and STEAM nights with over 1,000 people, I'm told, show up. Our Super Bowl of Caring food drive, where I'm literally overwhelmed with the outpouring from the community for the food bank. We're still waiting to see if Cam Rising is coming to our school. I'm pretty confident that we have this in the bag if Silver Mesa has taught me anything in the last few months. Looking ahead, I'm excited about the possibilities the rest of the school year holds for all of us. Together as a school community, we can live out the vision and mission of Silver Mesa, where we deliver high-quality education to empower students to become lifelong learners. We will foster a safe and positive school environment to help our students reach their full potential through supportive relationships, effective teaching, and positive behaviors. And we will continue to learn lots and have fun each and every day. Thank you for your time, trust, and commitment in our community and in me.
Okay, thank you so much. We love hearing about your school, and especially I like how you highlighted all your teams and just the amazing things they're doing. So thank you so much, and just good luck with your school year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are going on to patron comments. And I have a statement to read. We have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited. Oh, I forgot about recognitions. Should I just go ahead? Okay, we're going ahead. Sorry, people. There was a lot going on up here. So anyway, okay. Patron comment time is limited to the residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents that may be submitted to our board secretary, which is usually sitting over there, at the meeting, or she's right up here. At the meeting, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes, and those representing groups will be given 5. Comments made during patron comment time are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. And comments must be age appropriate, considering children who may be present or viewing online. Okay, we just have one person that has signed up today, and his name is Isaac Ziegler. Hopefully I said that right. So you can just come on up and make sure the green light is on that microphone.
Oh, there it is. Perfect. Thank you very much. So my name is Isaac Ziegler. I am a parent of 2 kids at Canyon School District, a daughter at Park Lane Elementary School and a son at Eastmont Middle School. I'm a proud member of the SCC of both schools and am very involved in the school level. For my career, I'm in educational technology. I was the regional director at Instructure and Canvas during COVID, supporting the Western United States, including Utah and Canyon School District. And then a group of us are now with a company that helps teach computer science K through 12 comprehensively and helping artificial intelligence be implemented in school districts across the country. I'm here to talk about Eastmont Middle School. I live in a neighborhood where these feeder schools from Park Lane to Eastmont to Jordan High School, I'm very happy with Eastmont Middle School. The test scores there are fantastic. The programs there are great. They have amazing teachers and amazing administrations. From working with school districts across the country, that is hard to find. It's a bright spot. It's a bright spot that you want to grow. As we know in business and as we know with schools, you grow your bright spots. I'm seeing Eastmont declining in size. I'm seeing neighbors talking about not sending their kids to Eastmont in our neighborhood because of the physical condition that the school's in. I would love to see that these bright spots grow, and if we separate these teachers from their area, I could see that being a problem. For my wife and myself, when we looked at the schools, we decided to send our kids to Eastmont because the great test scores. Next highest on the list was Waterford before we were looking at some of the other schools out through there. And I love Eastmont, and we love our kids going to those schools. Earlier today, I sent each of you an email that outlined some of the physical schools of Eastmont. In your meeting, it looks like you have those pretty well documented. There's some really concerning ones that absolutely affect academic performance. The HVAC systems, we went there for a parent day and it was so hot in the school because the AC wouldn't turn on. There's plumbing issues in school and classrooms that flood. And even with this, it's a bright spot at Canyon School District. So this last year, I saw our kids go through, these are kids who were in COVID in elementary school, and then in middle school, Eastmont got shut down because of having asbestos. And we learned that it's not just the school, it doesn't just represent the physical building. It's part of our kids' identity. We saw different social issues. We saw different academic and behavioral issues come out not going to their school. What I am looking for is I want to tell our kids and our community that they matter. That when they see the other middle schools and we go to Draper Hills for community events or Eastmont for different events, they can see the investment that we're making in the other schools around the district, but not in their school. And they take that a little bit in their own identity. It's a very subtle thing, but it's a real thing. So being in this last meeting where we were doing the long-term planning, I'm heartened to know that you guys see the problems and we'd like to fix them. What I would encourage you to do is please move forward quickly with Eastmont Middle School and please go through and give it the facelift it deserves. And let's build on that bright spot. So I appreciate all of your time. It's nice to see you all.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, now we will go to Canyon Strong student recognitions.
Thank you, President Schill, for this time to recognize the achievements of students in Canyons District who have gone above and beyond in their pursuit of excellence. Those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of commendation from the board and the superintendent. Now, before we list our honorees, we want to note the Canyons cross-country volleyball and football teams are headed into the last few weeks of the seasons. Now, you'll see there a photograph of our Brighton soccer team, which unfortunately lost a heartbreaker while we were in study session. And so we wish them well. You can see I'm wearing my Brighton tie today. I wore it in solidarity in hopes that they would make it into the finals. They had a fantastic season. We want to wish the Bengals much luck in future seasons and a congratulations on what they did this season. Now, the first football playoff games are Friday. Alta and Jordan are playing in Corner Canyon and Brighton, earned first round byes. The state cross country meet is October 24th. 4A state volleyball starts October 21st at home sites. 5A and 6A volleyball state starts on Halloween, and the state marching band competition is on November 3rd. That's quite a whirlwind of activities. It's an exciting time in Canyon School District. It's exciting for our students, our teachers, our coaches, our staff, our principals, and of course, our parents. Now, our first honorees tonight are Canyons District students who have earned academic all-state honors in fall sports. 42 seniors from Alta, Brighton, Corner Canyon, Hillcrest, and Jordan High Schools have been honored with spots on the Utah High School Activities Association's academic all-state teams for fall sports. Now, academic all-state award winners have a 4.0 cumulative GPA or meet an index score that takes into account a student's grades and college entrance exams. A student with a 3.9 GPA, for example, would also need to score a 30 or higher on the ACT in order to qualify. So these students have truly excelled in the classroom and on the playing field. And congratulations to the students in Canyons District who have earned academic all-state in fall sports. Girls cross country, Natalie Walsh from Alta. Alien Timony from Brighton, Artemisia Evans from Brighton, Avery Perry from Brighton, Daisy Dastrup from Brighton, and Poppy Chamberlain from Brighton. Addison Hoops from Quarter Canyon, Ava Lindman from Corner Canyon, Paige Rhodes from Corner Canyon, Anna Ames from Hillcrest, and Sarah Siemens from Jordan. In boys cross country, Kevin Law from Alta, Talma Chow from Brighton, Grayson Milne from Corner Canyon, Matthew Dorney from Corner Canyon, Andrew Tuttle from Hillcrest, Joel Andrews from Hillcrest, Sang Chun from Hillcrest, Wesley Ellsworth from Hillcrest. And in football, Kimball Schill, Brighton High School. 3 cheers for Kimball, President Schill's son. Nicholas Morgan from Brighton. In boys golf, Jeremy Christensen from Alta, McKay Nyman from Corner Canyon, Owen Watkins from Corner Canyon, Rhett Robinson from Hillcrest, Adam Lindsay from Jordan, Eric Ingman from Jordan, Michael Cowley from Jordan, and William Cochamiglio from Jordan. Girls soccer, Annie Heaton from Alta, Danica Miller from Alta, Ella Labram from Alta, Kate Keaton from Alta, Lila Alderson from Brighton, Whitney Briner from Corner Canyon, Tess Joseph from Jordan. And in girls tennis, Emma Bingham from Alta, Anna Fetzer from Hillcrest, Ashima Puri from Hillcrest, Sarah Cadell from Jordan, Tori Roper from Jordan. In girls volleyball, Madison Evans from Alta. So congratulations to all of our students from Canyons District High School who earned spots in fall sports on Academic All-State. The next honoree is the tennis ace who won Canyons District's first state championship of the year. So we congratulate Brighton High School's Avery Olson, who plowed through the competition to capture the 5A state first singles title. Now, she certainly captured this in convincing fashion. She defeated her Olympus High opponent in the final 6-1, 6-3. Brighton has long been a tennis powerhouse in Utah. They have strong girls and boys teams, and they have for decades. And the Bengals, get this, have earned 30 team tennis championships over the years. That's pretty amazing. Now, Olson's podium finish capped a strong season for the Brighton High Bengals, and this was largely driven by Avery's performance. Congratulations to Avery Olson, who is the state champion in first singles 5A girls tennis. Our next honorees are the state athletes, student athletes on the Corner Canyon golf team. They are the 6A champions. Now, last week, Corner Canyon dethroned Lone Peak in 6A boys golf. The Chargers captured this 6A team title. It was the first 6A team state championship in boys golf for the Chargers. And after a 2-day tournament, they came out on top. This tournament was played at the Old Mill Golf Course in Holiday. Corner Canyon was the sole team to shoot under par for the tournament. But that's not all. Bowen Moss is the state individual gold medal winner. He's finished first in the state in 6A boys golf. So 2 more state championships for Canyons District so far this year. And we'll keep going. We have another state champion, in fact, 2 state champions. Jordan High's Unified Sports soccer teams won the state championships at America First Field during the October 11th state tournament. So congratulations to the student athletes and their coaches and families. The weather could not have been nicer as athletes of all abilities tested themselves at the home of Real Salt Lake. This championship tournament ended a full season of the unified soccer sports events that have been building camaraderie and connections at schools throughout Utah. So go Beat Diggers. And even more champions. Our next honorees have, in the words of Shakespeare, had greatness thrust upon them. Canyons District student performers won really big at last weekend's Shakespeare competition. This is a national competition, and we're very proud to announce that Hillcrest High School continued its domination at this national competition in Cedar City. Hillcrest captured its 4th consecutive first place sweepstakes acting trophy. They've won this award 10 times throughout the years, but that's not all. Canyons District continued the role. 2nd place sweepstakes, Brighton. 3rd place sweepstakes, Corner Canyon. The day before, Jordan High music groups, second place sweepstakes, and Alta students also performed they also finished second in some ensemble acting categories. So congratulations to all of our student performers at the Shakespeare competition. Canyons District did very well. Now, the next students are the winners of the Mike Sorois Invitational. That's what we call the championship meet, the annual intramurals cross-country race for middle school students. It was a big day for the Butler Middle Bruins. They swept the CSD annual contest with first place finishes for both girls and boys. This is a district-wide competition. It caps a season of hard work and training by runners from each of Canyons District's 8 middle schools. The student athletes competed in open and intramural races. Albion Middle's girls and boys finished second, and Draper Park's Middle's girls and boys came in third place. A list of all of the winners can be found on our social media pages. And then, to keep going, we had a year with the number of students in the Canyon School District who are semifinalists to become National Merit Scholars. This year, a whopping 26 students from all 5 of our comprehensive traditional high schools have been recognized as semifinalists in the National Merit Scholarship Program. More than 1 million juniors from 21,000 high schools from across the country entered this scholarship program. It requires screening tests and qualifications, and the pool of semifinalists represents less than 1% of U.S. high school seniors. That's about 16,000 students. So from Alta High School, Graham Cutler and William Dutton. From Brighton High School, Asher Anderson, Aspen Edwards, Thomas Hansen, Alonso Talmadge Howe, and Avery Perry. From Corner Canyon High School, Henry Atkin, Logan Bennett, Aline Harrison, Alyssa Meadows, and Austin Pettit. Hillcrest High School, Ivan Chen, Seng Chung, Peter Giolis, Anastasia Hooter, Anthony Su, Arne Kondakuri, Edward Lowe, Thomas Liu, Vishwa Muragupan, Natanyara Nair, Are Parikh, Dijra Visalov, Gabriel Williams, and from Jordan High School, Mitchell Steppen. Hillcrest has among the highest number of semifinalists of any high school in the state for this season's National Merit Scholars. President Schill, that is quite a list of accomplishments of the students in the Canyon School District. They are truly Canyon strong. Thank you for giving us this time to honor those students during board meeting.
Okay, thank you so much. That is exciting that we've already won so many state championships. So, okay, our next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. So I will now take a motion for that. And will you please read all the items individually?
I move that we approve the consent agenda with item A, approval of the minutes for October 3rd, 2023. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of student overnight travel. Item E, approval of September financial reports. Item F, approval of LEA specific licenses and endorsements. And item G, approval of TSSP amendment for Silver Mesa Elementary.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is new business, and item A is strategic plan focus group report, human-centered supports, and that will be presented by Dr. Brian McGill, Director of Student Services.
Thank you, President Shield. Brian Parker sitting in the back, he and I actually walked the hallways of Eastmont Middle School back in the day. So it was kind of fun listening to the conversations around what may be to come for Eastmont and our other schools. I'd be remiss tonight if I didn't open up just by sending my love and some light and some strength to the Butler middle school community this evening. As we talk about human-centered supports, it's always really magical to see the work come to motion and come to life as it relates to human-centered supports. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Principal Roods. He did an amazing job this morning with his administration, the counseling team, and the faculty there. And we had a team represented there as well. So anyway, just wanted to start off with that because it's the work that we do. So to give you kind of an update from the last couple of meetings that we've had in the HCS group, Thrive Time being one of the 4 diamond focused areas that we've been focusing on as a focus group is one of the main components. We're about 16 months now into this project. Again, kindergarten through 8th. We've instituted the 9-12 Leadership Academy, which I'll talk a little bit more about that and how we've embedded the Thrive Time targets within that. And then I just provided a list of some of the supports and resources that have been shared out to parents, to our administration. We've been working with communications on a monthly newsletter themes to go out that my team's been working with Jeff on. We presented at the SEC and the PTSA meetings, went out and did some elementary parent workshops, again, just to help the parents embrace the curriculum in some of our communities. And again, the intended outcomes is we look at Thrive Time, right? We're focused on that tier 1 preventative measure, which we can never have enough of. And the hope and goal, short and long term, is that we can create a better school culture and climate across all of our schools, increase attendance and engagement, increase our PBIS rewards within the school, and decrease discipline referrals. That's the ultimate outcome and goal. I've had some very positive feedback from some of the principals that have implemented it. In fact, one called me here just recently, and she said in her particular school, she's already seeing an improvement and difference in impact in the behavior of her students. So that was very enlightening to hear. Also in connection with student wellness, looking at prevention and intervention, we had Kelly Redican, who's our prevention specialist, present to the Human-Centered Supports Focus Group. She ran the group through our numbers of our mental health screening nights, which we started in 2021. Kudos to Representative Eliason for having the vision and the foresight to bring this about, to provide funding for it so districts could actually do screening for students with parent permission, and then provide services back at the school, as well as wraparound counseling services and supports for students. The numbers are listed there. You can see how much we grew just last year, offering the same number of nights, so much to the point where we decided to open up a few extra nights, and we have 50 slots per night. About half of those kids that come through, as you can see there, are screened as high risk. So you've got half the kids that we're getting services to directly right away. So we've had a lot of success with that, and then listed up there are all the events that we're doing throughout this year for that. Student wellness continued. We have our high school academy, which launched on September 26th. Tom Sherwood's been doing a lot of work behind the scenes and organizing this and working with our principals, our APs, our ADs. And again, it's a way in which we've embedded the Thrive Time elements, looking at psychological safety, again, culture and climate, respecting self and others, resilience and positivity. And then the March meeting, we're actually going to have the students choose which topic that they feel is the most relevant for them, their learning. Right now, they've been asked to submit, they have a homework assignment for each of the schools, the 60 to 70 influencers at each high school, to create an action plan for their particular school that's, again, centered around developing a positive culture and climate and sustaining that, and then how they're going to hold each other accountable, student to student, as it interrelates to that as well. And we've integrated the portrait of a Canyon Scholar competencies as well. So again, as we look at that respectful citizen or impactful citizen, it's definitely something that ties directly in with the work that we're doing with high schoolers. Student wellness continued, our DST and DCMT referrals. So as we look at more of the intervention side, this is more the tier 2 and tier 3 response approaches. You can see the numbers up there through district support team, which referrals here are generally for level 2 and level 3 behavioral infractions. And generally these students have gone through their student study support team at their school, multiple interventions applied, and then we provide an additional layer of support for schools and students and parents as it relates to serving their children. DCMT, our district case management team, we just had 5 high school cases come in today and 4 middle school cases. Our meetings start tomorrow morning, so we'll have 9 new secondary cases to review. So you can add 9 to that 25 up there, which puts us at 34, which also puts us on track to exceed the numbers from a year ago. These are numbers obviously that we want to try to curtail and lessen again the importance of thrive time and some of the things we're doing in the school to help try to prevent some of these up front. About 80% of our referrals are secondary. And these are for level 4 and level 5 behavioral infractions. So generally the more significant, more extreme types of behaviors in schools. And myself, Paul Logan, and Chancey Lauren, we each facilitate each of one of those levels with DCMT. This just highlights our discipline data. Again, going back a few years, pre-COVID, the COVID year, and then post, and you can see the rise there. It's pretty interesting to look at the patterns, right, month to month, how that's pretty much been the case. It's just risen over the course of the last 5 to 6 years. Student wellness intervention. We have our DCMT Youth Academy that we started up. It's housed in the Southeast Portable. It's been a lot of fun for me and my team to actually have students here on site to be able to work with and forge some relationships, do some mentoring, make some connections. We're seeing a tremendous amount of success with the kids out there. We have one young lady that actually has earned a credit and a half in the first 6 weeks in the program. So she's making a lot of gains, and we're seeing that across the board with all of our kids. We have a couple of wellness donations right now that we're working on. Denise has been very kind to give me her time as we've had a couple of donors step forward. And so some of the different things we're looking at there is expanding wellness rooms for students across the district at the secondary level, expanding mental health services, our screening, and then the wraparound services with hopeful beginnings and project connections and providing more supports to families as needed. So student wellness continued. I just thought this was interesting, just looking at some data and numbers, looking at the total mental health service visits from 21-22 to last year. You can see the increase and the rise in the need within our students. This just quantifies everything that we pretty much have seen and come to know with our youth. But I wanted to split and separate out and just emphasize the importance of not only the mental health, but also the physical health services that we provide day in and day out. And a shout out to our nurses and the work that they do in each of the schools. And looking at some of those nursing numbers, again, out of the 21,000 Tier 1 vision screenings, we had 700 students identified as needing vision assistance. These are kids that are actually now getting assistance. And we know that that directly supports their ability to be able to read and learn in the classroom. Our individual health plans are up about 100. That may not sound like a lot, but in a lot of these cases, these are students that may need one-on-one care and support day in and day out. You can see the total number of illness injury visits. And then most recently, a couple of weeks back, we vaccinated about 500 students. And those are 500 students that we're able to keep in school as a result of the vaccinations. Employee wellness. This is really more human resources, and these were in the long range planning committee's priority items, but district daycare. We know that this is a high priority, high need right now. Jordan's the only site that offers it, which is pretty centrally located. But there's discussion and talk and looking at expanding sites at Corner and potentially Hillcrest to have a north and a south location. We know that what this would do for teacher recruitment and retention, and then also the cost savings to employees. And I would say even beyond just the financial cost, I took advantage of this as an educator at Riverton High School with both of my children. And I'm here to say that I was able to, as a father, go down to the nursery, feed my daughter a bottle, and put her down for a nap each and every day during my lunch break. She'd probably kill me for saying this, but she and I are extremely tight, and I attribute a lot of that back to those early bonding moments we had. So anyways, for whatever that's worth, there's not just the financial side, but there's also the benefit directly to employees being able to focus on family and work simultaneously. The Employee Wellness Clinic Center is also something that we've taken taken a significant look at. We had Robert Reeder come in and provide a feasibility study looking at numbers. We do know that Granite and Salt Lake both offer. Jordan District recently created a wellness center, as they're calling it, with phases of implementation. So aside from Murray, we really, truly, in my opinion, need to take a look at this as a priority, as this serves all of our employees, ESPs, licensed and admin across the board. This would be a tremendous gain, I think, for Canyon School District. District-wide behavioral plan. So just in wrapping up, a couple of things we're focusing on this year. We've heard time and time again from our teaching communities that behaviors is the number one priority and issue that they need support and help with. We've been doing training with our principals on helping them refine their multi-tiered system of support structure. And all of our professional development this year is focused on the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 interventions as it relates to behavior specifically. With the decline in some of our district staffing, we've created or are in the process of creating what we're calling system squad coaches. These are specialists from each of our different departments who are helping principals as they have needs with data, things of that nature, so they have a direct contact rather than trying to figure out who to call for what issue, that they can work through one person, and that one person as a specialist can work with each of the departments as needed to get the supports in place that are being requested. BLT quads, you might be asking what that is. These were our triumvirates, which was comprised of our principal, assistant principal, and achievement coaches. We've now added a wellness staff member to that. So as part of the training and professional development we're doing this year, we're inviting the 4N to take a look at their MTSS, look at data, and again, create refinement and build programs that are going to strengthen, teachers' practices as it relates to classroom management and working with kids and providing supports. And then lastly, I just threw up there, as far as ESPs go, I've been working with Jeremy Barnes, who's over the SROs at the state level, and he has said that he's going to use some state funds to help provide some direct training to our school safety advocates, formerly known as our hall monitors. It's a 3-day workshop, 8 hours. They get a certificate of completion. And again, as we saw school safety as being one of the number one priorities with long-range planning and our decision-making process, this will just help elevate, I think, our schools in terms of the eyes and the ears and the people that are on the grounds on the front line. So we're looking forward to that. We're setting that up for this spring. So that's all I got. Open to questions. Next meeting's on November 8th. Andrew's already submitted a agenda item. So.
Okay, thank you. Board, are there any questions or comments? Oh, yeah. Mr. Edel.
So first, thanks to you and your team for everything that you guys are doing. You guys have quite the uphill battle, especially on the behavior end. But I did want to talk about the district daycare. And I just wanted to call that out as I think it's a really essential item that we'll need to move faster than not on as we bring it into the light and find plans on that. When we look at what's going on with daycare, the situation is really bleak and it's about to get a lot worse, where we're about to hit a daycare cliff with a lot of federal funding falling off. So not only are we going to see daycare become much more expensive, but we're going to see daycare become non-existent, which is going to highly, highly impact our workforce. And so I just wanted to put that out there that as we work swiftly on this, to just hopefully keep that in the forefront of our minds as a priority. And I do want to thank everyone in the administration who has been working on it, because I know that there's been a lot of work. We continuously get updates about feasibility. And for the administration, I appreciate you making this a priority.
You're certainly welcome. And for all the reasons I mentioned, it's a great benefit back to employees.
Okay, Mrs. Teague.
Thank you. This is great information. My questions were along the same lines as Mr. Edel's comments about the daycare. So have you put together any like specific proposals of what it would take to implement it and what Have you surveyed people, kind of what level of interest? And-
So with this being a human resources element, Steve Diamond has taken some initiative and lead on this. He's done quite a bit of homework and research. He wasn't able to join us here tonight. But we have been looking at Corner and Hillcrest and looking at what the cost would be to add the structure in place. There's also the academic side to it. Some of our districts funnel it through CTE. So the students actually get like childcare lab credit, and they can take classes and courses that not only help them with potentially going into family and consumer science, but also to learn parenting skills, which can never be learned at an early enough age, as we've come to know. So he's definitely done some of that and looked at details on it. And he's shared that out in our focus groups. So right now it's really just a matter of, we know it's a priority, looking at the costs, what's it going to take to get there, and let's start moving on it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, Mr. Milberg.
Not that I necessarily have anything additional to add, but just one more voice to say thank you for looking into the childcare. That has been a very hot topic in my community. People looking, hoping the district will do something there.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Bob.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Nybar.
I'm also excited about this as an option. A couple of thoughts I had. I know that at Corner Canyon, the preschool that's run there, I was talking to some students there that are taking that, and they were saying that the enrollment's really down in the preschools. And so I just wanted to throw out there, are we looking at putting the daycare where the preschool is? Because some of them, I know they're saying some of these students shouldn't, they don't have any kids to preschool, you know?
Yeah, we would definitely need to look at retrofitting. So, I mean, speaking from personal experience, my experience at Riverton High, we had a nursery that was developed and built, focused just on that.
Yeah.
We had the daycare side of it, and then we also had the preschool side of it as well. So there's actually kind of a 3-part facility in which they, housed the kids and staff. So.
Okay. And then my last question is, are we considering having that daycare be opened up to other people in the general public besides just employees?
So that's certainly something that could be discussed. I know, again, having experienced this firsthand as an employee, our employee request base at the high school locations, and when we were in the old combined Jordan district, which I worked in for many years, we had enough employees internally that were requesting it and took advantage of it. But if we did have open slots, they would actually extend it to the community and offer in that. And it is, as Steve Diamond's talked in our group, really a self-sustaining model financially, because we do subsidize some of the costs, but there is a charge for it.
Mm-hmm.
But the benefits that I just spoke to absolutely are tremendous, right? So if it's a self-sustaining thing financially and our employees are getting great benefits as a result, like I said, it can help us with recruitment and retention. As we know, teachers looking at jobs, they're looking for all those fringe benefits aside from just their salary. And we know this through research as we've looked at HR data across the country, looking at the millennials coming through as they're being hired. They're looking, the pay is like number 5 down the line of things that they're considering. So I think this would help, springboard that, not to mention the huge support it would be for our current teachers and staff.
Awesome. Thanks.
Okay, Mrs. Oaks.
I also am very supportive of this proposal. So I actually grew up with a mother who did daycare out of her home for 30 years. And I am very familiar with this world. And I've actually read a lot of research on it. And what you brought up with regard to your daughter is definitely backed by research. There's so much interesting content out there about what happens in the connection between fathers and children, mothers and children, based off of how much contact they're able to spend with their children in very early years. There's a huge research argument behind paternity leave for that reason, that the likelihood of fathers ever leaving the family unit or not being involved with their children by adulthood, if they're able to spend the early weeks or months with a child significantly decreases. So I've picked up books over the years of companies that have instituted this that were some on the cutting edge in the 70s and 80s and how that's benefited them. I actually think we would see a huge upswing and benefit because it's like you said, teachers are not the most highly paid individuals in our society, although I would argue that they deserve it probably more than most. But to be able to have close accessibility to your children, especially in times of illness or emergency, I think goes a really long way. So I think it is something I would absolutely like to see some more hard figures on and details on as a board member. It does concern me too when I think about how much this whole world is decreasing and parents' options are becoming more and more unwieldy. I'm sure it's part of what contributes to our declining birth rate. If you are somebody that depends on two incomes in a family and you don't know who's going to take care of the children, that really curtails how many kids you end up choosing to give birth to. So anyway, I would love to see this happen. So thank you. And thank you for all of the data. I'm realizing and looking at this, there are some of these slides that I think would be helpful for us to include in our next legislative luncheon, particularly with how many more referrals we are having with school psychologists and social workers, whatnot. I think that's, again, important to share with our legislators. I think most of them think COVID was like the big acute emergency, and they're not realizing that, nope, it's still increasing. So
Yeah, it's the response thereafter, right?
Okay, Mrs. Pedersen.
I just wanted to bring up another comment because I'm very supportive of the daycare situation. And I know you've already put it on the docket for our next discussion in the group about having a place where teachers can drop their kids off so they can get to school. And these are not necessarily preschoolers. These are other schoolers. You know, you've got to get to your high school job and you have an elementary student. So we need to have a conversation about how can we have a safe place for our employees to get their children to school because they have to go earlier than school hours. So that's a conversation I know that we're going to be having. Another area, I'm really pleased with the trainings that are starting to be given to our administrators. I went to one of their development meetings, their day, and it was wonderful, the things that were being presented. I would just like to make sure that when we are talking about behaviors and what we can do to support students, that we also look at the other side. When do we draw the line and say, this is a safety issue for a teacher? When are we going to say, here's the support for the teacher who has this student that has a bazillion issues? Because I find that we spend a great deal of our time and interest and money on the students, as we should, but ultimately we have to also support our teachers. So I think we need to make sure that we're keeping that conversation balanced and that we actually have a line that teachers can count on saying, if this happens, I will be supported. And not maybe if my principal sees it or, you know what I mean? I think it's really fuzzy right now. And I think teachers would feel a lot more security if they knew that the district had their back for the violence that some of them are enduring in their classrooms with these students. So I just want to make sure that we keep that balance. But I really enjoyed attending the administrative PD. That was phenomenal. It was good stuff.
Thanks, Karen. Well said.
Okay, I just want to add, I did receive an email from a parent that's a teacher, and she was talking about after school programs. Anyway, so we need to think about before and after. I don't know. So just something to add to our discussion. And I do appreciate everyone's comments. I think the board is supportive. So I'm wondering if maybe the next report, we actually bring back numbers and maybe more specifics on a proposal for the daycare.
For daycare. Yeah, we can do that.
That would be great if we could get there sooner than later.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Dr. McGill.
You bet. Thanks.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is item B, policy 100.02, Board of Education Ethics and Conduct Guidelines. Then new policy 100.06, communication with the Board of Education and discussion of Board Education flow chart. And this is second reading, possible action, and Jeff Christensen, Assistant Legal Counsel, will present this.
Thank you, President Schill. If you were to look on board docs regarding the policy update, we had some discussion in our last meeting about the Board of Education Ethics and Conduct Guideline. I just want to begin by clarifying, if you go to our policy manual, we have a number of policies that are in 7 different sections. And the ethics guideline that we're looking at will be an exhibit to a policy that's listed on board docs, which is a pretty short red line that essentially states that board members are subject to the Public and Officers Ethics Act, and that in fulfilling these duties as elected officials, board members should maintain and demonstrate high standards of conduct. So the policy, just to clarify, as listed on board docs, is policy 100.02. That is a pretty short policy, and then the attached exhibit will be what we discussed in our previous meeting. And that's how all of our policies are organized. So we have the board policy, and then we have the attached exhibit. And the exhibit is where the guidelines for board conduct are included. And so I'd like to review those conduct guidelines. As we discussed them in our last meeting, there was a recommendation to add some language to the avoiding conflicts of interest provision, which we went out as requested to the Davis Board of Conduct Guidelines and added this provision, which is an italicized language on your slide, which mirrors the Davis provision. And then also, we had some discussion in the last meeting, feedback related to a request that was raised about specifically the feedback between communication between individual board members and the superintendent regarding transparency and how the superintendent would report information to individual board members. That issue was raised in our policy committee discussion, and specifically, we've added this new language that you see in the bottom on your screen, which says one of the guidelines is to foster a positive working relationship with the superintendent and business administrator, valuing their expertise in advising the board, implementing board policy, and overseeing district operations. In the discussion with the policy committee, I want to highlight 2 or 3 items that were raised by board members on the committee, and then they can speak to those relative to this guideline. One of the first discussions that was raised in our policy committee meeting was that the superintendent and administration, there was an expression of thanks as the administration makes an effort to reach out to individual board members regarding matters that are within their own area of constituency. So if there's an issue related to a student, or if there's an event, or if there is an issue that may involve that board member's elected area, that the superintendent and the administration will reach out to them, whether there's a kid safety concern or otherwise. Then other board members highlighted that there may be situations when an individual conversation or an email may occur with the superintendent that may or may not be relative or relevant for the full board. And the example that we discussed was recent individual travel for a board member looking at a particular site where it may later come before the full board. And so in drafting language to put into this guideline, we discussed in the policy committee the range of issues that could be brought before an individual board member and the superintendent. And the consensus among board members that were present is that that would be a discussion with that board member and the superintendent, whether that should be brought forward and reported out. We talked about the practicality of reporting on all issues with individual conversations. And the committee felt that this language about fostering a positive working relationship would capture
when that board member, as an individual, would need to work with the superintendent in bringing something before the full board, and if it was relevant for the full board. It was also discussed that if there were concerns from individual board members, they could confer with the superintendent. This language was proposed to recognize there are instances in a positive working relationship where a board member may need to disclose information to the superintendent, but then there are occasions where that board member and the superintendent would need to bring issues before the full board. For instance, in personnel matters or issues that are related to governance that may need to come in a closed session. With that, I can answer questions. Those were the two issues for that policy. Let me refer to this one, the communication with the board. This one really, we didn't make too many changes other than we're recommending that on our website, we refer to language for public comment. We have public comment guidelines, and the policy committee recommended that we add that when we refer to those public comment provisions, that we reference and have a link to our website. So if a patron is looking at participating in public comment, they can reference those guidelines through a link. I can answer questions regarding the Board of Ethics Education and Ethics Conduct Guideline.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Any comments? It looks like Mr. Edel.
So I just wanted to speak to our discussion that we had regarding our conversations with the superintendent. We had a pretty lengthy discussion around how we communicate with the superintendent and how that's brought back out. Because we really did want to take some concerns seriously and really have a good discussion on it. And what it ultimately came down to is the board members have to be able to communicate openly with the superintendent. And for the superintendent to report everything that's discussed with him would require us to essentially hire a person to follow him around and take notes and send those out. At the same time, there's going to be a lot of things that are communicated to us, and sometimes it's going to come to different people first. It's been a general practice that if something affects someone's area, then they usually get a heads up slightly before other people do. We also recognized that there are times when maybe someone's not notified about something or not notified about something in a timely manner that they would like to be notified in. But that those are fairly easily corrected by talking to the superintendent and saying, hey, I'm upset about this, or this is kind of what I like to see for communication. And, you know, for my part, the communication has been, I thought, really fantastic with the superintendent. And, you know, we've had a number of discussions, and he understands what matters to me and what I'd like to hear about. But also with those discussions, they're pretty boring discussions that nobody cares about. But I really wanted to comment to say that we took this seriously, and we had what I thought was a pretty lengthy discussion on it. And for the board members, as it affects the board members, we were unanimous in that we have to be able to openly communicate with the superintendent, and that if we do have issues with the communication that we're getting, that we should best address that directly to get that resolved.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edel. Are there other comments? Okay, Mr. Millerberg.
Even though it doesn't bear much of a resemblance to the request I made a few months ago, I'm guessing this policy, if I can call it a policy, that a policy to have no policy, came from the discussion I brought up when there was a personnel matter involved.
at that time, I made the comment that I would trust the superintendent to bring issues that impact the entire board to the board on a timely basis, and that I didn't feel like there was a policy necessary for him to do that. I do, however, believe that as we do the evaluation for the superintendent, one of the questions that is asked is, does the superintendent esteem all board members equally? And in a case like we had at that point in time, I told him I would have to answer that question, no. And so, I appreciate the fact that you agreed with me that no policy is necessary, because what you're reading to me is really not a policy. It's just that he can have that freedom, that discretion that we said he should have back a few months ago. So I guess really where I'm going with this is, I hope by having this discussed openly with the board and with the superintendent, that we're all on notice how we treat each other and how we communicate. And even though something may be happening in another end of the district, that may impact people at the other end of the district, and they are to be brought into the circle immediately as well.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Oaks.
I can totally appreciate why the policy committee came up with the language they did, and I can also appreciate Mont's concerns. Part of what I think is feels like not a total fit here to me is that the language that we're discussing kind of puts the onus of the superintendent's responsibility on the board members. And because this is board ethics, that makes sense that that's how it's worded. But really, if it's the superintendent's responsibility to keep us informed, having the language say that the board members will, foster the positive working relationship, it kind of flips who's in charge of what. So I'm just thinking perhaps it might be helpful if we were to have language that reflected something about board members' responsibility to each other in this regard. And one of the examples of that, and I've heard this brought up multiple times in the past, is making sure that if you are attending a school function, whether that's an SEC meeting or a PTA meeting or something in a school that's not necessarily within your district's boundaries, that you're giving that other board member a heads up, or, communicating with them, like when some sort of an issue comes up at their school or whatnot, even if there's overlap for all of us with our schools. So showing some kind of deference and respect to them in that regard, I would love to see that reflected in here. And I think that would help resolve part of the concern that's been expressed. Now, with respect to personnel issues that impact the district as a whole, again, there is some level of responsibility, of course, for the superintendent to reach out to us. I do think, though, that sometimes maybe there should be something more explicitly worded in here, that if there is something that impacts multiple schools or multiple board members' areas, that we are proactive about communicating with each other about those things. So I don't feel like the language here totally addresses the concerns. I can see where you're coming from. I absolutely understand where Andrew's coming from and saying, like, it's too much to ask the superintendent to take on a continual log or journal about every single thing that he's approached about. I can't even imagine trying to keep track of what he has, much less trying to, additionally communicate that out. But I think there's some things we can think through about parameters of how we can more effectively communicate with each other. That is our responsibility and that we could do better with.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Tingey?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, appreciate the report and the additional comments. I just kind of wanted to respond to that a little bit. This is just kind of now I've lost the words, high level, right? And that the more of the detail we're working on with the board handbook. But we do address foster respectful working relationships between board members and with the superintendent and staff. And then we do have a separate policy about the relationship between the board and the superintendent. And I think that one does spell out more responsibility for the superintendent to communicate and work with the board. So I feel like those things are covered and that some of the detail that you talked about will be part of our board handbook, which, by the way, we are really working on it. We took seriously our challenge deadline to come with something to you all by that end of November, 1st of December. So.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? Should we go on to the next part? Oh, Mr. Edel?
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt policy 100.2 and 100.6 as presented. Sorry, 100.02 and 100.06.
I'd like to second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. It's a second thing. So is there any discussion to that motion? Yes, Mrs. Oaks.
I've been looking for the infographic. Can you guide me to where that would be? So just
It's at the very end of the PowerPoint presentation,
of the very,
at the very last slide.
okay.
Sorry, I didn't include it earlier as it was not
You're
part
okay.
of the policy update.
So
So this-
just so we're clear, we're not voting on that chart right now.
Correct. That was
Okay,
something to be
gotcha.
included
That's
in the
helpful
board
to know.
handbook. It's not
Okay.
part of either policy.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Yes, Mr. Millerberg.
You know, I appreciate the idea that we want to move this through and get it taken care of, but I think that Mrs. Oaks made some valid points in her comment that I think that we need to have the policy look at and consider before we vote on it. And as such, I would be obligated to vote no until those other comments have been considered.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I will go ahead and call for a vote unless someone's gonna take away that agenda, or, sorry. Rescind your motion. What's the word? Anyway, okay, so I will go ahead and call for a vote. All in favor of adopting policy 100.02 and policy 100.06? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so we have five yays and 2 nays. And do you know who they are? Okay, Mr. Millerberg and Mrs. Oaks. Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh, are you gonna go over this?
Yeah, I was just
So-
going to take a moment
okay,
and review that you had asked that we clarify the relationship between the board member referring a constituent that reaches out to a board member, that the board member would refer that constituent to the principal as located on the right side, maybe as you're looking at the graphic. And then we would potentially, we would include this in the board handbook. And then should there be further discussions or a template of further directions related to it, that could be included there. So it's been updated as requested.
Okay, so can you go over what changes you made? So it's just that
Yeah,
constituent.
fairly narrow changes. The main issue was in step 1 to step 2. So this is when a matter or a constituent, a patron reaches out to a board member regarding an issue. And our discussion in the graphic was that board member would first give an opportunity for the principal of the school to review the issue. Or, you know, if you've reached out to the principal and the patron may respond yes or no. And then depending on that response, if it were yes, then the board member could refer the matter to the superintendent. If no, then the board member could refer that constituent to the principal to address the related issue. And then
as you follow through on either side of the graphic, either the superintendent or the principal would review that issue ultimately for review and gathering information. And then, as we've indicated in the graphic, there would be follow-up and a response that would come back to the board member regarding that issue by either the staff or superintendent regarding that in step 5.
Okay, thank you.
And so the main change is we didn't have referring the constituent to the principal. That was our discussion, but it wasn't explicit, and now is.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Millerberg has a comment.
Jeff, in that case, as I look at it, has the constituent communicated the issue to the principal? Yes, it goes to the superintendent. No. Our obligation is to refer the person to the principal. What happens if the individual says, there is enough bad blood between me and the principal, I do not want to speak with the principal? I don't see that option in there.
So, I mean,
My problem anymore, or what?
no, I think in that case, you're referring the matter to the superintendent.
Okay.
It's just if they haven't had an opportunity, if their answer is yes, I've spoken with the principal, I'm not having any success. There's
Or I just don't like the guy.
I've had an adversarial relationship. Yeah. Then the board is instructed to refer it.
Option on your infographic is my question.
We implied that in our discussion of the yes, no, which would be yes or no. So we didn't make it explicit.
Have a binary choice. And they're not always that way.
No, this was a general guidance document, so we didn't list every option, but the idea being if you can't refer it back to the school, then your avenue is to refer them to the superintendent. For whatever reason they may raise. They haven't raised it with the principal, or yes, they have, and they have a difficult relationship.
That to me just isn't clear.
Okay.
Out of your infographic.
Maybe there's just an asterisk with like that at the bottom.
You can have that
right?
explanation.
I feel like it will clutter up the chart, but maybe it's just a little point at the bottom. I think we all know that, but we could still make it more clear. Mrs. Nybar, then Mrs. T.
And I think that this graphic is really kind of a rule of thumb or standard, to proceed accordingly. But, something that's not on the graphic, and I think most of us do this, when we have a constituent that we've advised to go talk to the principal, many of us, send a quick email to the principal and say, heads up, we had this constituent, and we referred them back over to you. Because, that's just a nice courtesy when a principal has, so many things to get to in a day, just heads up, you will be contacted by this person. And that's not necessarily in the infographic. And it's not, obviously we wouldn't go into detail or tell the principal what to do, but I know principals sure appreciate that courtesy of, by the way, this constituent's headed your way. And that's not in the infographic because we want to be careful that it's not, we're telling them what to do or I think some of this diagram, not every little nuance is spelled out, for reasons like that, so.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Teague.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's really difficult if we start trying to anticipate and then articulate every possible scenario, how these kind of interactions could go. This is a general guideline and, board members are always welcome to, if they need some advice, then, talk to the superintendent or something on how to handle a situation. But I think if we start trying to anticipate every possible case and how it could come to us or what the response would be, this wouldn't be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? And this is just for us to discuss. We're not taking a motion on this.
No
item.
action.
Okay, well, it looks like we have no more questions. So thank you, Mr. Christensen. Okay, now we're to item C, which is board strategic indicators and goals. This is the third reading, action requested, and Superintendent Rick Robbins will present this.
Okay, thank you, President Schill. I'll get right to the slide and just we'll go to the issues that were raised in our last meeting, on graduation. So we've disaggregated that data just to pick up that discussion where we left that off. And this is kind of an exciting graphic to look at, really. Over time, you can see these different populations in our district and our graduation rate. As I mentioned before, this really is the ultimate goal, right? We know that this changes students' lives, their trajectory, whether it's earning potential, their quality of life and living. So many things are affected by graduation from high school. And it's critical that we stay focused on this goal. And as we've said before, it's probably a little bit of a challenge to jump from 89, 90% to 100 in 1 year, as Mont eloquently said. Had to bring me down to earth a little, but hey, you know what? In 5 years, why not? Why not us?
Remove eloquent from that. Okay,
Hey.
I was not eloquent.
Okay, it wasn't. It was right to the point. But you know what? Why not us? Why can't we reach 100% in 5 years? That ought to be our goal. And looking at, just a little bit of history going back to 2015, just amazing growth. So I just tip my cap to everyone in the Canyon School community. That is tremendous effort by so many to elevate a graduation rate over time to that point. Now you notice 2023 is not on there. We're settling in at just over 89%, but that has not been certified yet with USBE. So I think we're still a little premature to put those numbers up, but I'd anticipate, the same type of growth trend. And I just want to point out too, I know I've said this before, but there's always questions about what does a graduation rate actually mean. And this is what I've seen over my career is that, we can project and think about what that trajectory for a student might be after graduation. It's only positive with, graduating from high school. And it's hard to really pin down quantitative data on what a student might do after graduation. We know there's earning potential. We know quality of life improves. There's lots of different positive reasons for access and opportunity. But we know for sure there's very clear data around what it means to be a high school dropout and what that does and what that costs to taxpayers and constituents and families to not be a graduate. So this really is important. And at the end of the day, when we're on that graduation stage with our students, that is the ultimate prize. And to see, that occur and to just feel the energy and the hope that's involved for a better future is really what we're all about in preparing our students to be college and career ready. So that's any questions on that. And then if you want to do that, we can go there first. If you want to talk writing, we can do that. Or do you want me to just address the writing?
Maybe just address the writing,
Okay.
because that was like
So,
the main.
we're
big
not prepared.
question.
We're not really prepared to offer options on a writing assessment tonight. I think what I'd recommend is that we pull that from this document and bring that back to the board. Since that, our last board meeting, I've reached out and had conversations with State Superintendent Dixon. She's in agreement with me in that wondering, why we completely abandoned ACT writing in the first place and sees the value. I asked her, is there a way for us to work with ACT to help address that in the contract with the state? And she said she would look into that. She said, I think it would be great if you potentially as Canyons would like to maybe pilot that and re-engage in that conversation. Since that time, Dr. Landward and Mr. Sherwood have been having discussions with ISD and school performance about potentially some other options, but I think it's pretty premature to bring those forward. Now we could do that, but I think, I'd like to wait and see if the state would offer us a little bit of clarity around ACT before we move forward. I don't want to create any ripples within the district or start any conversations that we're just not ready to have at this point. But I think one thing that this conversation has done is it has raised that discussion and elevated writing as a key component in really being embedded in all of our principles in Portrait of a Scholar, in every one of our focus areas. And when we think about, what are the skills that we want our students to master when they leave Canyon School District, I think writing, it crosswalks and checks off all the boxes. So I'd be prepared to address writing at a future board meeting, but not tonight.
Okay, thank you, board, or thank you, superintendent, sorry. It's not even late. Anyway, are there any questions or comments on that presentation? Okay, Mrs. T, then Mrs. Oaks.
So back to the writing thing.
Yeah.
What is the next step for kind of getting something put together?
So Tom and Amber, do you guys want to talk a little? I asked them to be prepared to address that very question, Nancy.
So we're working with our team and Dr. Sanderson to investigate different tools and options. Once we have done the research on what options are available, we'd like to actually test some of them out with some of our teachers and then have more information to bring a proposal back to you about which one might make the most sense for future adoption.
So with the state and ACT,
I'm just
who's
waiting on
following?
Superintendent Dixon.
So she's
With her.
okay.
Yeah, I talked to her, it's been maybe a week ago and I haven't heard back, but I will follow up over the break to see, hey, do we have traction or is this just a dead issue or can we do something? So.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I want to thank you for the presentation. Thank you for not letting go of writing.
No,
It is critically important, and I think it's possible to leave high school without proving as effectively as you might need to that you can write. I think that every time I get one of my missionaries' emails, actually. I'm kind of struggling with that pace, but hopefully you can actually do it in an academic setting. But I also want to just celebrate for a moment the increase of our graduation rates over the last 8 years. I know that there's a lot that we've been through with COVID and other things, but to see that our multilingual students had a 29-point increase in that amount of time, like that's a heavy lift. There are a lot of people in this district that are responsible for helping a lot more kids be able to realize that dream of graduating. And I'm thrilled to see that students with disabilities, economically disadvantaged, Hispanic or Latino, like there's a lot to celebrate here. So, and I'm excited to see it go up even higher. I agree with you that we can do better even, but like, that's a big deal.
Yeah, no, it's, when you look at, the number to me that really stands out, multilingual students in 2015 were 50%, and 81% last year. That is amazing. And I agree, Amanda, that this should not go unnoticed and recognized. So yeah, I tip my cap to everybody in the district. That's a heavy lift. And and through the pandemic, that's awesome.
I would say that's especially true because we've had a huge influx of refugee students during that period of time, right? So proportionally speaking, we probably have more of those students. And so the lift, like 29-point increase, is probably not even reflective of how big of a lift it's actually been.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Pedersen.
I just want to add to what Mrs. Oaks has been saying, that I've gone into the department and talked with people who have been working on the multilingual students. And one thing I'm really impressed with, not only are we doing better for our students, but we're also doing better for our teachers. They have written a program now, or have developed a means by which they can set the goals by choosing from a list. It used to take hours. I was the ESL representative at my school for years. And it took forever. We'd get everyone together and we had to write goals for all our ESL students. And they have made it streamlined. They have listed out ways that they can work with those students. So they have not only helped the students, but they've also helped the teachers, because it's always been true that what is good for the ESL student is also good for your regular students. But I think just organizing it for you and having it work out, I know they implemented it this year and it was so much more efficient, and it's consistent, and it's something that they can look at and actually get actual data back that's useful. So I want to compliment IT, or not IT, ISD, get all the right letters. ISD, super. I mean, I've just been so impressed with that aspect, because I was very curious, being that I used to have to do that, those kinds of things. And what's in place this year should show even more growth on this side. But the part that we will never be able to measure is the time that the teachers have been able to save. So this is one time when I can honestly say that ISD has found a way to take something off of teachers' plates. So I'm very, very, very impressed. And that's what we need to continue to do, because if we can work together to make it smooth, transparent, and beneficial for both sides, we will make that kind of growth. We could do 100%. It's just a matter of getting that right balance. So
Well,
thank you.
I just want to add to that too, Karen. Thank you for that. It also speaks to just the support for tier 1 instruction that they provide, right? And I see that when I'm out in schools. This is also a reflection of great PLC work, where they really are going back and looking at instruction and sharing outcomes, the informed practice that then, better supports individual students that may be struggling with language or learning or whatever it is. And that is the real work of true PLCs, right? That's what it's all about. And I heard a principal today tell me that, because they were getting really good results around for these students as well. And I said, what is it? And he said, it really is that collective efficacy, that when teachers get to a place where they believe that what they're doing is making a difference, that, it's just that Collins describes that flywheel. Once it gets moving and rolling, that momentum and that positive energy you build, really builds on itself, and you get these kinds of outcomes. So it's awesome.
Tricky to find that sweet spot, but sure nice when you do.
It is. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Millerberg.
Amanda highlighted the multilingual student, but if you look at the other 3 indicators, every one of those is higher than it's been.
Yeah. Yep.
You don't even have a blip in the screen that is higher than where we were for last year. And if we can continue that projection with all of our students that are all those groups that are below the average, I'm with you on 5 years.
Okay.
I think you can do it.
All right. Let's do it.
Okay, board, Mrs. Nybar.
I too loved the graduation rate by student group. When I was opening up these slides earlier, I was so impressed by that as well. So I love that. And I just wanted to go ahead and add my excitement to that, and the amount of growth is pretty incredible. When we're looking at the slide focus area, high quality learning, I have a few thoughts, and I think I've talked about them a little bit before in this area of our agenda, but I would love to have a possible indicator or goal as to a place we can see as a board in curriculum maps that we are engaging students in more hands-on learning, collaborative learning, project-based learning. The professional learning committee is awesome. Full day kindergarten, that's well underway. Portrait of a Scholar, we've got this Portrait of a Scholar right here. But I'd love to see kind of the implementation, since we're talking about indicators and goals.
where we can even just have a snapshot of some curriculum maps that show that we are engaging in more hands-on project-based learning. And I know that we've had a discussion about what's an indicator and what's a goal. And we've kind of combined this and said, you know, board strategic indicators and goals. So I would just love to have that be part of what we in the future are going to be getting updates on, is how we're seeing that that's implemented. If that's something that we feel like we could do, or.
Yeah, no, I agree. Actually, we visited Slope School this past week and saw some amazing examples of how that can be. And, you know, one of the things that really stood out to me was almost on a daily basis, I think it was daily, if I remember right, Amanda, but using, and this may be related to how we integrate with Thrive Time, right? But just really the repetition of getting kids around those principles, right? And they use this kind of a Socratic method, which really allows the kids to kind of deeper dive into what those principles are and how they actually live them at school each and every day. And I thought, you know, I don't want to like shock all of our teachers or employees that I'm not saying that, right? But I did see a tremendous model that might give us some ideas about how to do that. And one of the things that really stood out to me, that kind of the vehicle to really embed those principles, was kind of the hierarchy, and the way they framed it was learn, know, do, and be, right? And if you look at those verbs in relation to our Portrait of a Scholar principles, that's kind of the essence right there, right? That's, I mean, we want our students at a very young age to learn, you know, do, and be. That's, and when you apply that to being resilient, or be a collaborator, or to be an innovator, or whatever, that kind of tells, that's the story, right? That's the journey. So there's a lot going on in my head about how that might look, and maybe in high quality learning we can get into that topic more. But I think really embedding this in these principles, I see it, as Brian mentioned, with our academy that's going on. You know, we're starting to get these in place, but we can do more. And, you know, I learned a lot. It was a great visit about what there's some ideas and things that we saw there that I think would really help us accelerate that process. So
that's awesome. I love that. And when you're talking about grow, learn, and then become, you know, we were very purposeful, right? That the Portrait of a Canyon Scholar, they're all nouns, right? They're learners, they're innovators, and that is what they become. And I love that. And I love that how that can even be tied into PLCs, right? It can be a topic in the PLCs of what collaborative projects are you doing in your classroom, and how are we getting the kids to have more hands-on, really open discussions as part of their learning, and collaboration and presentation and those types of experiences.
I also want to just say too, I think in balancing all of the pressures that our teachers feel, right? Like there's a lot already on their plates. I mean, when you think about and how we prioritize that piece too, you know, and I think ensuring that, you know, we stay focused on doing PLCs the very best that we can, ensuring that we implement Wonders and 95% group and Thrive Time, you know, and Parent Square, our communication model. I mean, there's a lot coming at them. So I think how we balance all of that to ensure that, you know, our teachers feel support and that they can have a life-work balance that works, but still lean into some of these things that we know will have the outcomes that we want. I mean, another element to that is, you know, the more that I learn about how we can integrate, you know, arts also plays into that. But I think full throttle, you know, trying to really integrate it at a place that we know is most effective, that's also another lift that the teachers have to take on. But it doesn't mean that we can't start to lean into some of those things that really align to the strategic vision. So
Absolutely. And I'm going to float an idea that I gave a few months ago. I would love for us to have, just like we have a student advisory committee, to have a teacher advisory committee that we meet with as a board from time to time, periodically, a few times in the year. And it could be rotating and have different teachers serve on it. But I think that there is a long list, and we need to reduce some of the things that are asked upon the teachers as well. But I think that as we're moving forward and implementing this strategic plan, we do need to see indicators, even in curriculum mapping and things, that we are committed to engaged hands-on learning. And we've talked about that struggle with Chromebooks. And I just think it's so vital that we can see it in the classroom. And we have so many teachers. And that would be another great thing about a teacher advisory committee, is we have so many teachers, master teachers, that are implementing this all the time, and to be able to harness that power. When you go to access and opportunity, I actually was just speaking with Paula earlier today. I think that when we look at advanced programs in our buildings, in our middle schools and our elementary schools, and that ensuring that all of our students have protected pathways for their personalized learning. That those are some goals we also need to look at in place. We had looked at pre-AP classes in middle schools, and other things that we possibly can do in programs. But as we had a healthy discussion about Eastmont just barely, and looking at Beehive Academy that's just opened up their middle school to those grades. I think that if we are providing the pathways where parents feel like their kids can succeed in their neighborhood school, that we'll be able to have that healthy retention too of our student population. And so I look forward to areas we can see with goal setting and indicators that we're providing that access in our middle schools for pathways that way too. And I appreciate that it's on the slide, and I look forward to seeing, more about those advanced learning opportunities for middle school students. So thank you.
Okay, board, this is a third reading, so are we ready to make a motion on this? Yes, Mrs. Teeny.
Sorry, question. So it's my understanding that these last 4 sections are just supplemental reports,
Right.
and they're not the pieces of the indicators and goals that the board would be adopting, but it's information that from these 4 focus areas of the kind of the big rocks that they're working
that
on
we'll
right now.
continue to report on, correct? At this point, that's,
Yeah.
that we're reporting those as supplemental. The indicators, the way we're using the word indicator is it's directly related to the tenants. So
Right.
that's, yeah. So
Yeah.
there's, but we'll continue to report. And I think to Holly's point, it doesn't mean that we can't continually address those in those committees
Right.
and report back to the board. But the actual indicators and goals that we've set are focused on the tenants.
Right. Okay. So with that, is it appropriate
Yes, I think it is appropriate.
if I make a motion? Okay. I move that we adopt the board's strategic indicators and goals as have been presented and explained, with the expectation that we will hear back about the writing
Writing,
element.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That is a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. There is a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. We are now on to staff comments. And the first person is Superintendent Robbins. Trying to talk slowly so you can make it back up.
Just keep, let's keep talking. I just want to, I mentioned this in the update, but it's National Principals Month in October. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank our principals. I don't think they always get the recognition that they deserve. And being a former principal, many of us have, really understand the weight and the magnitude of their positions. And as you all know, they're just so critical to the success of our schools and our student success. So I just want to give our principals a shout out and express my appreciation for all that they do. They really are amazing leaders in every way, and they wear so many hats each and every day. A lot of times they don't know what they're walking into first thing in the morning at their building, and so many things are going on, and yet they handle it with professionalism and care and integrity, and it's definitely seen. So just want to express my appreciation to them.
Thank you, Superintendent. We'll now hear from Business Administrator, Mr. Leon Wilcox.
Thank you, President Shield. A few things before our next meeting in November. We will have completed our open enrollment period. I hope so. I'll encourage all our employees to sign up. We talked about a lot in the study session, costs on buildings and whatnot, but we do spend 32 million a year on health claims and prescriptions, which outweighs most of the things in there. So I hope our employees do sign up. We are implemented a couple things with a prescription drug program that we approved in negotiations last year, and some other things there, and some other minor tweaks. But good news is we are running pretty good on our health plan through the first few months of this year. So I'm gonna knock on a little fake wood that continues. Just want to also thank some of our directors. They've been very aggressive in going after some grants. Want to acknowledge Amber. I think she stepped out, but she got $420,000 for coaching, achievement coaches, 1.2 million for dual immersion. That's about double what we've got. So big thanks to her. We just got notified today, thanks to Paula Logan, 250 for a teen center at Brighton, 235 for the teen center at Diamond Ridge. Big thanks to Brian and his staff, 1.2 million for our ongoing school mental health, and a new grant for Brian this year, 260,000 roughly for Stronger Connections grant. So big thanks to all of these guys for all their hard work and going after this money. Gets right into our indicators, strategic plan, and supporting our kids. So, and with that, I just hope everybody has a short week this week, but hope everybody has an enjoyable fall break.
Okay, thank you. We are going to start with Mrs. Nybar tonight for board reports.
Well, it's been busy as always as a school board member, and appreciate all the separate meetings that I've participated in. Grateful to parents that are engaged in the process and their kids' education and how that can help us grow and learn how to navigate the classroom experience better. We did have a thorough discussion at Draper Park Middle School involving Chromebooks, and we've had a lot of follow-up discussion about that. And I, at the same time, as a mother, shared with us a sad story about her son and his addictions. I just recently, a few weeks ago, actually, 2 Saturdays ago, I traveled up to Idaho to my cousin's funeral, and she had a life with addictions and actually took her own life. And as you contemplate the heaviness of a situation like that, where an individual actually would pick the tragedy of taking their own life rather than to continue on and live, you become very reflective of, those moments that you have that can maybe impact someone's life for good and maybe disrupt some unhealthy thinking patterns. And you think about the levels of support and at going through my mind was, at what point, as I was reviewing her life and her life's path, at what point in time did I start to see warning signs and look at where the train went off the tracks. And the work that we do with student wellness and mental health and emotional health and supports is vital. And if we can catch kids when they're young and at a vulnerable age, it can absolutely change their trajectory into their adult life. And so I'm grateful for our student wellness and health supports. I'm grateful for Thrive Time and the opportunity to be able to help kids understand the importance of showing kindness and respect for kids that are different than themselves, that maybe think or act differently. And I think the work that we have here is very important, and the impact we can have on just the life of one. And I also feel very strongly that as we look at how best to support our student populations and our schools, that we need to be very mindful that diversity is really important, and that different socioeconomic situations and different family supports, that as we come together, we're stronger together. And it's so important to have peer mentors and modeling of, successful habits at school and in life. And I'm grateful that we're all engaged in this endeavor, and that we are very mindful of that as we look at all of these complex situations and layers of decisions, that it all does come down to the one and making a difference in the life of a child. And I'm grateful to be engaged in this work, because I know that's why all of us are here. So thank you to our teachers and our administrators and our district and our board members, and for all the time and effort to try to help our kids and help them learn that education is a vehicle, and that they can all have dreams, and that they can all achieve their dreams. And that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edel.
So it's been a whirlwind 2 weeks for me, in that there have been a lot of things that I've been to and that have been going on. The bright side on that is that each of the activities have been exciting and fun in their own ways. And then I've had the opportunity to see my fellow board members a lot this last 2 weeks, whether it's with our legislative lunches, a peer court swearing in, the middle school cross country championship, or the unified sports soccer championship, or Jordan High School's National Naval Defense Cadet Corps announcement event. There's been a lot going on. I also had an opportunity to participate in Career Day in one of our elementary schools, and I wanted to give a shout out to Jared Vincent, who coordinated that, which is a lot like herding cats, except that they happen to be parents. And it's a lot of work to get that coordinated with the different classrooms, and to make the last minute adjustments as people have issues that unexpectedly come up. But I was able to walk in and get a paper that told me what classrooms to go to at what time. And so kudos to Jared, because that's a lot of work. But with that, it's National Principals Month, and so I've been thinking of our principals, and but it's caused a lot of reflection on a lot of other staff members and the different things that they do. And so with Mr. Vincent, I was thinking of him and the other staff members that participate in our career days across the schools, and so many other things. But I really appreciate everything that our district staff does. I've been highlighting some principles on my Facebook and Instagram accounts. I'll never be able to highlight enough. So I can highlight who I can, but all of our principals are just tirelessly amazing. They are some of the hardest working people on the planet. And you really don't know that until you start talking to them and learn how much they do, how many hours they put in, and that it's really nonstop. With that though, as I was reflecting on our amazing staff members, I also wanted to give a shout out to Anna Taylor, who's a third grade teacher at Glacier Hills. So third grade is our cohort that started with COVID. So their very first year in school got disrupted by COVID, and that has had impacts on them continuously. So last year, the second grade class was one of the most difficult classes as a whole. This year, they graduated to third grade. And Miss Taylor has some kind of magic. I think we all know that it's excellence and experience and being a fantastic teacher, but we'll call it magic, which is unexplained science because I don't understand how she does it. To be able to teach these third graders, keep the class under control. I mean, keeping it under control is hard enough all by itself, but the magic she brings to that classroom allows those kids, those students, to learn, to be able to self-regulate and pay attention for a time. And I really appreciate all the work that she puts into that and her mastery of teaching. And she's one of our many, many, many amazing teachers that we have in this district. And so I just want to extend my appreciation to all of them, but all of the rest of the staff members. Each and every one of them makes our district run and benefits our students. And I appreciate them all. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Oaks.
Thank you. Sorry, I know we could actually get out before 9. This is exciting. Just kidding.
If we hurry.
If we hurry. Okay. It was also a whirlwind couple of weeks, so I'll go over this quick. I got to attend SEC meetings at Draper Park Middle and Lone Peak Elementary. A faculty meeting at Alta High School. That was awesome. Got to attend the Alta versus Brighton girls volleyball game. I have nieces on each of those teams, so that was a lot of fun. I was able to attend the Unified Sports Championship at the stadium, and I appreciated the legislators' luncheon that we had in preparation for the next one. Attending, we had an operations subcommittee meeting, which I'm excited for us to discuss what's going to come out of that. I loved this last week because we got to visit 2 innovative schools and get ideas. And that to me just makes me so jazzed. Visiting Davis Catalyst and Slope School for various reasons, they were both fascinating in their own ways. And I walked away with a lot. So I'm excited to share all of that with you guys. I took scrupulous notes. and one of the things I want to give a shout out to, Jeff mentioned this, but the Corner Canyon golf team for which winning the 6A championship. This is a really special team. And while it is amazing what they accomplished just from an athletic perspective, I want to give a shout out to Coach Derek Fox, who from a personal perspective and as a mentor for these boys, he is phenomenal. I have a very dear friend whose son last year almost died. He was in the ICU. He had been a member of the golf team and had a very severe brain injury and some other things and had some paralysis on one side. Coach Fox came and visited him multiple times in the hospital. And those boys rallied around Xander in a way that was deeply touching. And this is what my friend has to say about him. She said he is a really great coach and cares for those boys and promotes building each other up and supporting each other. There are several boys that have had issues, and he all but stops the game to help each kid. I'm so grateful for individuals like this who influence our students, that go the extra mile or miles and many miles beyond what's required, because they know they're mentoring human beings, people that are going to be part of our communities. They care about these kids so deeply. And I want to honor and just applaud him for that. I think it's, to me, that's a much bigger accomplishment even than winning the 6A trophy. And one other thing, UVU had a really unique civics conference last week. I don't know if anyone heard about it, but the focus was on teachers and parents supporting each other in teaching students civics. And Sharon McMahon, who is a well-known speaker and blogger, and also she has her own podcast on these issues, she spoke and she said some really interesting things that I walked away with that have really stayed with me. And one was, she talked about how the founding fathers were not perfect, right? They were anything but. They were normal people with normal foibles. And she gave the most hilarious example. She said, we have a historical record that George Washington, after he received the assignment of being the general for the Revolutionary Army, actually stopped off at a bookstore and bought a book on how to be a good general. So I thought was awesome. And for so many reasons. And her point was, so many of us sit and wait and think there's nothing I can do to improve my government or my community or society or the world around me. And she said, just start. If you're waiting for a magical moment to touch you on the head, like you have the wrong paradigm, and stop telling yourself that you can't do things. And she gave some really interesting examples, but I thought I shared that with my kids. Even George Washington had to get a manual on how to do something well. So anyway, I really appreciate the opportunity to be a board member and to try and make a difference. And I feel so blessed to be able to work with people that are doing so much for our kids every day. So.
Thank you, Mrs. Oaks. Mr. Millerberg.
There are just absolutely so many amazing, wonderful things that happen in a school district. And, not the least of which, I don't know how many other people took advantage of it, but I thought it was really big that the district offered flu shots. Chris and I went down to Midvale Elementary and showed up for flu shots, and they were most kind. They poked me in the arm, and I didn't even know I'd been poked, and that was okay. But thank you, school district, for making things like that available to us to take part in. I also have to maybe mention and maybe brag a little bit that I appreciated the picture of the intramural races for the 5th grade student. My grandson took 2nd place. I was a bad grandpa. I've got 16 grandkids, and so I was with 3 other grandkids at another venue watching them. And I wasn't at that one, but once again, thank you for doing things that make education interesting and make it work for everybody. Leon, you mentioned the grant that Paula Logan got for teen centers. Week and a half ago, a couple of weeks ago, we got together as proud alumni of Hillcrest High School, class of '68, and celebrated our double nickel reunion, graduating from high school. It worked out really nice because we had it at the field house at Hillcrest, and Mr. Levitt, the principal, just happened to be out of town doing what principals do in Cedar City with the Hillcrest performing arts people. And so I got to take my classmates on a tour of the new Hillcrest High School. And I will tell you that it was amazing. We started at the gym area. We walked the 2nd floor hall past the weight room, past the spin room, looking at the wonderful view. We went upstairs to a science room to where the classroom is combined with the lab area. We walked again past the student body office room, the IB room, and over to the media center. They were absolutely awe-stricken with the new auditorium, and
the scenery shop that's adjacent to it. We walked back up and down the main hall, showed them the administrative offices and kept walking, and we stopped at the teen center. I was flattered because we probably had 50 to 60 classmates there going on the tour. So quite obviously we couldn't all fit in the teen center. And then we walked from there down to the lower level of the gym area where the dressing rooms were. I stopped and said, okay, if you never played football and you've never had the privilege of running out the tunnel onto the onto the football field in front of a cheering crowd, now's your chance. And I said, how many of you can still run? We all walked out the tunnel. But when we finished, the place that they wanted to talk about the most is tell me about the teen center. What happened? Is there a need for it? And then later, or late last week, we went through homeless numbers in our schools, and I looked at what our homeless numbers were, and I thought, yeah, that is really a great thing. So kudos for expanding that into other schools as well. It's very used and very much needed. Also, this last week in the Canyons Education Foundation, we went through and reviewed teacher innovation grant and settled on what grants would be given for this year. It's an exciting time. It is fun to see what type of innovation our classroom teachers come up with. It's amazing. Just in case you want to know this, November 1st, what is called the fund bus is going out, and you're welcome to come and be with us as we deliver it's an exciting day to take big checks out of the teachers and let them know that their grant requests have been filled. We talk a lot about strategic indicators and goals, which are all good. We talk about the great things that are happening at district administration. We talk about our counseling staff in the schools. We talk about building administrators and all the good things they're doing. But to me, as I've said before, the magic happens at the point of delivery. The magic happens in the classroom. And so I just have to give kudos to our teachers that day in, day out, 5 days a week, go face to face with our students and make education interesting. Make it so the kids want to learn. And that's where the magic happens. That's where the rubber meets the road. And I think that's really all I have for tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Cheney.
Thank you. As others have said, it's been a busy couple of weeks. There's been a lot going on. I won't list everything, but just know that there's a lot of work going on and a lot of amazing events happening. I do want to specifically point out the peer court swearing in event. That was really inspiring, and President Schill did a great job of swearing those young people in, and I'm just thrilled and so grateful that that program has been implemented and is being successful. But I also want to mention that same evening we had there was an open house for the CSD TV program and the communications broadcast interns, and I don't know what all, I mean, the whole thing that we had a big presentation to the board, and the board, gave it the go ahead. And so it was really great to see that open house. And I got down there a few minutes early, and, there were a few early birds there, but a huge stack of boxes of pizza, because that was part of the open house. And then the doors opened and the people came and the kids came, and it was so thrilling to watch the excitement on their faces. And as they got a chance to go around each of the stations and do some hands-on experiences with the equipment and picturing, what life might be like in the broadcast industry. And, you know, kids were interviewing each other in the podcast set and had the headphones on and doing play by play to a football game that was playing. And it was just really, really fun to see families there together and children excited. And so I'm grateful for the vision that our communications folks had and all the work that they've done to put all that together. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is President Schill and I had a chance to visit a couple schools, and with the mayor and city manager from Cottonwood Heights City to recognize the teachers of the year in the schools located in their city. And it was just really fun to walk into a classroom and to see how excited the kids are and how expressive they are for their love for their teacher, as has been mentioned a couple of times. What happens there in the classroom cannot happen anywhere else. And it's so wonderful to get a glimpse of that every now and then. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Huggy. Mrs. Pedersen.
As you can tell, as a board, we've been very busy. So I won't relist all the places that we've been and the meetings that we've been at. I would like to focus on a couple of things. I was able to attend Altaview's School Community Council Elementary before I came to school board tonight. And I want to say two things. Susan Edwards needs to be complimented because the SEC chair was so organized and knew exactly what she needed to do. And I asked her how come, how she felt so confident so early in the year, because I knew she was new. She was new from, hadn't been on the board before. And she said, well, I had this great training. And I had the opportunity to attend one day of that training, and it was phenomenal. And I think it gets stronger and stronger every year. So I wanted to compliment Susan Edwards and all the thousands of hours that she put into it. I know she does it for PTA as well. I mean, she's just phenomenal. And I just wanted to give her a shout out for all the extra work, because it does pay off. The SECs are running really, really well. One of the parts that I was really enjoying listening to was they had their digital citizen report on what they're doing for digital citizenship. And they talked about the celebrations that they're able to do where they're balancing the usage of computers with textbooks and reading and PE and some of those kinds of things. And so their emphasis has been, we're trying to keep things balanced. And they have spread their conversations through Thrive Time. It's included. That they said the nice thing is it's not just 1 week. This is digital week, but that it's embedded into Thrive Time. It's there every single week. And there are 6, they said, we're going to hit it at least 6 times as they go through the different units. And so there's another shout out for Brian, because the Thrive Time, well, whoever all gets that all put together, you know how the connections go. We are a great big web of family that touch everybody's everything. We all work together, and none of us are as strong as all of us. And so I'm really, really impressed. But I just loved hearing about that. They even had a request to use their cell tower money to provide lunch money for their foreign teacher they're a DLI school, and they have a teacher there, kind of like a foreign exchange student, but this is their foreign exchange teacher. And she's living with a member of their PTA in the community. And they decided that it would be really nice for her to be able to not have to pay for her own lunches every day. And so they asked the SEC group if they would be willing to pay for this assistant to have lunches every day at the school if she would like to, which adds up to $1,000. If you ate every single day an adult lunch, it would be $1,000. She spends 20 hours a week, and she is directly from Spain. And I just thought it was so nice that they had no questions. Absolutely, we'll do whatever we need to do to support this teacher, because they are really working as a community. And so that's exactly what a school community council should be doing.
is looking for ways to strengthen their schools and ways to build the community. So I thought that that was just amazing. They even found a glitch. They did a safety drill today, and when it was the shelter, is that the one we're doing this one? Shelter. Well, anyway, their outdoor doors didn't lock. None of them. It did opposite of what it was supposed to do. Instead of lock everything down, it didn't. So it made for an interesting experience. They said, we'll try it again tomorrow and see if it works better. So I just love the systems that we have in place to support our schools. The ways that we can have our parents involved is just amazing. And I appreciate being able to look in on some of those things. The other thing I wanted to highlight is the beautiful multicultural mural at Alta High that was revealed. It is gorgeous. It's so beautifully done, and it incorporates all of the ethnicities of the area that surround or go into Alta, and it's just so beautifully done. And I like how they're trying to unify everyone, taking all the marginal people and trying to unify and put them all together. I know the other schools are doing it as well. Look how many Sterling or what kind of scholarship were they? The ones from Hillcrest. Yeah, the National Merit Scholars. They are highly active and involved part of Hillcrest. And it's impressive to see what our students can do when we give them the opportunities. So it's been fun. It's been a busy week. It's going to continue to be. That's just the roller coaster that we live on. But I enjoy the opportunity I have to interact with so many wonderful people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will keep my comments short. I also went to a lot of events. I don't know why. It's been really busy. It's been super busy the last, maybe you guys could slow things down a little for us anyway. It's been super busy, but I'm not going to repeat everything. But I do want to just highlight, I went with the football team to do a service project, and I'm just really impressed again with the coach and just what his example and what he teaches the kids. In the spring, the football team actually filled, or maybe it was summer, 2,000 sandbags. And then just last week, we went to Midvale Middle and Midvale Elementary and did all sorts of outside landscaping. Anyway, it was a huge project, and the boys, they did a great job and stuck with it. And I just appreciate coaches that care about students and also teach them character traits and skills that will be invaluable to them throughout their life. That is, just not all about them. They need to serve their community. And then also, I just want to do one shout out to Student Advisory Council. We had our first meeting, and I really think this is a special group, you guys. We had every single person there, but 2 students. That might be a record for attendance, at least in all the ones I've been to.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Great.
they are a really great group. So just make sure that you guys don't miss that opportunity when you have it. And I will now call the meeting to a close. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. This is for this is a Navy t-shirt, and they gave it out at the ceremony.
Okay, yeah.
And so we all get to have a yes, we all have